Chapter 1186. Arslan did not even dare to breathe. He immediately went to the Netherworld faction to confirm it with his seriously injured body. In fact, they all knew that there was no mistake at all. It was just that this matter was too shocking. If they had not confirmed it again and again, it would have been hard for them to believe it. The gods of the Great Eastern Alliance looked at each other. The pirate deity and Arslan were both communicating telepathically. They did not know what the two were talking about. They only saw the pirate deity's eyes change again and again, and finally, there was a hint of fear. The pirate deity secretly took a deep breath and hid the strange look on his face. He glanced at Tuoba Qingyun and Tuoba Jing's group with a fierce look in his eyes. Tuoba Jing's heart skipped a beat. He stepped forward and suggested, "Pirate deity, they dare to deceive a god. They deserve to die. Please don't pardon their sins." "You are right. Deceiving a god is a crime deserving of death. They cannot be pardoned. I am very pleased that you can think this way." The pirate deity smiled lightly. Tuoba Jing looked pleased. He looked at Tuoba Qingyun and the others coldly and thought, "Don't blame me for being cruel. If you don't die, how can we leave the world of divine remains?" However, the next moment, Tuoba Jing's face stiffened. The pirate deity said coldly, "In that case, the four of you get ready to be punished." With a flick of his sleeve, a wave of divine energy suppressed Tuoba Jing and the other three young Tuoba clansmen who had betrayed him to the ground. The sudden scene shocked Tuoba Jing, Tuoba Qingyun, and even the gods of the Great Eastern Alliance. Shouldn't it be Tuoba Qingyun and the people of the Great Eastern Alliance who deceived him? The pirate deity had even ordered them to be put under house arrest. "Pirate deity? Haven't you already searched our souls and determined that Tuoba Qingyun and the others are the sinners who deceived you? Why punish us?" Tuoba Jing was shocked. The pirate deity's face was cold. "Humph. What I found in the soul search is that Tuoba Qingshan did not lie. It was you who deceived me. You slandered Tuoba Yun for your own selfish reasons." "What?" Tuoba Jing said anxiously, "We did not deceive you. He is really not Tuoba Yun." Before he could continue, the pirate deity had already used his divine power to turn the four of them into dust. Then, the pirate deity walked up to Su Yu, his fierce face squeezing out a kind smile. "I have wronged Tuoba. I was almost deceived by a villain and wronged Tuoba. The Great Eastern Alliance, Tuoba Qingyun, and the others did not know what had happened that made the pirate deity seem like a different person. After the crisis was resolved, Su Yu and the others left one after another. "Mr. Tuoba, please stay. I would like to talk to you alone," the pirate deity called out to Su Yu and the others. Su Yu's lips curled into a smile. "All right." When only the pirate deity and Su Yu were left, the pirate deity said, "May I ask who you are? A 9-star distinguished guest of the Netherworld School must be someone of high status, right?" Su Yu said with a faint smile, "What if I tell you that we are the deities of the Great Eastern Alliance that the pirate deity wants to ambush?" Sure, the pirate deity's expression changed, and his pupils shrank. Divine power naturally emerged on the surface of his body. He said cautiously and seriously, "Is the young master joking? What do you think?" Su Yu smiled calmly. The pirate deity was shocked. In that case, among those who were hiding as prospective gods, it was very likely that there were gods from the Great Eastern Alliance. They had actually come to the pirate deity's cavern world. When he recalled how he had faced all the gods alone, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat. "Why didn't you attack just now?" The pirate deity's face was very ugly. If they had attacked just now, he would not have lasted a moment and would have been killed. Su Yu said, "Because we are giving you a chance." "What chance?" "To join the Great Eastern Alliance." "Impossible." The pirate deity refused flatly. "Why is it impossible?" "The death deity is cooperating with the Great Eastern Alliance. How long do you think the land of the gods can hold on?" Boom! The pirate deity was shocked. The divine power in his body was once again out of control, causing the Xing River to surge. He could not believe it, but he had to believe it. Otherwise, where did the 9-star distinguished guest come from? The death deity must have been plotting something earth-shattering to make such a high-profile distinguished guest. Did the Death Deity promise you? Yes. He promised me that he would help the Great Eastern Alliance get rid of the other 8 deities and wipe out the land of the god. The bargaining chip we paid was that the Death Deity would join the Great Eastern Alliance and obtain a legal identity. The pirate deity was shocked again. The deities who walked in the dark gathered here precisely because they were rejected by the major cavern worlds. They had no choice but to rely on the influence of the demons to balance in the center. The 9 deities knew very well that once a war broke out between the demons and the Xing River cavern worlds, this balance would be lost if either side won the final victory. If the demons won, as gods, they would be a great tonic in the eyes of the demons. The greedy demons would never be merciful. If the cavern worlds won, as traitors, they would be a thorn in the eyes of the major cavern worlds and would be eliminated. Therefore, if they could find the approval of the Eastern and Western Great Eastern Alliance before the war, they would be pardoned for their past sins and join one of them. And they could clearly feel that the demon dimension was ready to move, and the war in the Xing River was approaching. Therefore, at this moment, knowing that the Death Deity had joined the Great Eastern Alliance, the pirate deity did not feel it was unbelievable. Instead, it was reasonable. If he were the Death Deity, if the Great Eastern Alliance summoned him, he might consider it. What if I don't agree to your summons today? What if I kill you here? The pirate deity's eyes narrowed, shooting out rays of light and even hidden murderous intent. Suyu looked calm. It's very simple. The Death Deity will carry your head to the Great Eastern Alliance as a proof of allegiance. Hiss. The pirate deity took a deep breath. He could either pretend to be deaf and dumb to the existence of Suyu and the others, or accept the summons. You don't have much time to think about it, because the Death Deity will soon take action and bring the head of those who oppose the summons to the Great Eastern Alliance to surrender. While you are considering, I will contact the other 7 deities. If your reply is too late, I can't guarantee that they won't take your head as a token of surrender, Suyu said with a relaxed smile. Then, he turned around and left. The pirate deity stood rooted to the ground, his mind spinning. At this moment, Suyu said, "You are the first person to be summoned besides the Death Deity. If you are willing to set an example, I believe it will be easier to gain the approval of the Great Eastern Alliance, and vice versa. Think about it." Hearing this, the pirate deity's hesitant heart was completely settled. Okay. I agree to your summons, but the premise is that I must confirm whether you have really summoned the Death Deity. Of course, you can go ahead and ask. Back at the inn, Suyu was greeted with questions from several deities. Feather Deity, what the hell did you do? Why did the pirate deity's demeanor change so much? He actually helped us cover up our fake identities. Yes. Just now, we have all secretly sent messages to each other, ready to seize the ship and leave the world of divine remains. Even the all-access merchant god and the Xing deity couldn't help but stare at Suyu. How did Suyu do it? Suyu smiled indifferently. Please rest assured, everyone. The pirate deity is afraid of the Death Deity, so he did not dare to do anything to us. Instead, he helped us hide our identities. Is that so? The deities were skeptical. The all-access merchant god looked at Suyu deeply. His intuition told him that Suyu must be hiding something about the Death Deity. But if he didn't say it, the all-access merchant god couldn't force him. For the time being, we have stabilized our position. The next problem is still unsolved. How do we find the hiding place of the Book Deity and the Rakshasa Deity? The all-access merchant god said. The Xing Deity looked at Suyu. The urgent task is to find those 2 people as soon as possible. As for your plan to destroy the world of divine remains, we need to get rid of them first. In this regard, Suyu had no objections. Yes, destroying the world of divine remains isn't something that can be accomplished overnight, and it can't be accomplished overnight. Indeed, we should get rid of the 2 threats first. Hence, Qin Feichen has come in handy. The deity's eyes lit up. They had doubts about Suyu bringing Qin Feichen here. Now it seemed that Suyu was prepared. You want to lure the snake out of its hole? I'm afraid the Book Deity won't be fooled. The Xing Deity interrupted Suyu mercilessly. You said yourself that the Book Deity is extremely intelligent. This little trick can't be hidden from him. Instead, it will expose our existence. Suyu smiled calmly. Lure the snake out of its hole? Oh, that depends on who it is. What if the deities of the world of divine remains help us lure him out? Swish. Suddenly, the eyes of the 9 deities penetrated Suyu. What did you just say? The all-access merchant god stared at Suyu in disbelief. Could it be that the deal Suyu reached with the death deity was to help them find the book deity and the Rakshasa deity? Suyu smiled calmly. Merchant god, you heard me right. There will be a deity of the world of divine remains who will help us with all his might. Who? The deities looked over in unison. The pirate deity. Impossible. Even if he is wary of the relationship between us and the death deity, he will never help us kill the 2 deities. This is a betrayal of the world of divine remains. Just wait and see. 7 days later, an uninvited guest suddenly arrived at the inn. Mr. Tuoba, I would like to see you. The pirate deity stood outside the secret room. In the secret room, the deities who had been waiting quietly for 7 days were all vigilant. They looked at each other and prepared themselves for conflict. Please come in, Suyu said. The pirate deity entered the secret room and glanced around. He found that there were 10 people present, but Suyu was sitting in the last seat. The leader was a one-eyed middle-aged man, followed by a sexy woman. The pirate deity understood. They must be the deities responsible for the enlistment. Otherwise, Suyu would not be sitting at the end. However, they did not show the cultivation of the deities, and the pirate deity pretended not to know. He stared at Suyu and said, I have already noticed. Is this a suitable place to talk? Suyu smiled and looked at the deities who were secretly vigilant. He said, we are all on the same side. Feel free to speak. All right. The pirate deity smiled like a spring breeze. I have agreed to the enlistment of the Great Eastern Alliance and am willing to assist the lords in clearing the world of divine remains. He had visited the death deity in person for 7 days. Unexpectedly, the death deity, who was rarely seen, was very willing to meet him. When he asked about the enlistment, the death deity said, I will fully support him. With these words, the pirate deity was completely at ease. Following the most powerful deity in the world of divine remains would not go wrong. The all-access merchant god and the others, who were secretly vigilant and did not hesitate to fight, were all shocked when they heard this. Chapter 1187. They had not taken any action, and the pirate deity had taken the initiative to surrender. The gods couldn't believe their ears. Pairs of pleasantly surprised eyes looked at Suyu. Just as Suyu had expected, the pirate deity would take the initiative to surrender. Looking at the composed Suyu, the deities were pleasantly surprised. Suyu was too capable. He had subdued the pirate deity without making a sound. Although they were shocked, their expressions did not change. In the eyes of the pirate deity, they had already known about it. Suyu stood up with a smile. Very good. On behalf of all the gods, I accept your sincerity. As long as you finish the business in the land of the gods, you can take your cavern world to the Great Eastern Alliance. Having received Suyu's promise, the pirate deity couldn't help but look at the other 9 deities, especially the most powerful ones, the Shung deity and the merchant deity. He waited for them to speak. The merchant god inadvertently revealed a trace of divine power and revealed a gratified smile. He got up and walked over. I, Baotong, welcome you on behalf of the Great Eastern Alliance. All access. The pirate deity was taken aback and hurriedly performed the etiquette of a junior. The pirate deity greets the all-access merchant god. As a galactic pirate, how could he not know the magical powers of the all-access merchant god? Their businesses spanned across the Milky Way and their influence was immense. Even the troops of the pirate deity rarely dared to attack the cargo ships of the all-access merchant god. He did not expect the one-eyed man in front of him to be the famous all-access merchant god. The pirate deity was completely relieved. If the all-access merchant god has any instructions, I am willing to do my best to help. The Shung deity walked over and changed her charming and sexy look. She said gently, I, the Shung deity, also welcome you on behalf of the Great Eastern Alliance. The god of Holy Stone? The pirate deity was secretly shocked. The third most powerful deity in the Great Eastern Alliance. Greetings, Saint God. The Shung deity nodded slightly. She was both delighted and annoyed. The pleasant surprise was the surrender of the pirate deity. The Eastern and Western god realms had used this strategy more than once, hoping to eliminate the hidden danger of the land of divine remains. Unfortunately, they had all failed. As the powerful god in charge of the 9 god-destroying crossbows, the pirate deity was even more of a target for enlistment. But every time, the pirate deity sternly refused, and any envoys who came to enlist were killed on the spot. It could be said that the pirate deity was the most difficult god to enlist, but he had taken the initiative to surrender today. What annoyed her was that Su Yu had concealed his identity so well. Having obtained the approval of the gods, the pirate deity laughed. I had wanted to come and visit you a few days earlier, but in order to prepare some gifts, I delayed it until today. With a flip of his palm, the pirate deity took out a stack of documents. I believe this is what all of you want. Without hesitation, Su Yu took the book and flipped through it on his own, ignoring the deities beside him. Such a move was considered disrespectful to the deities. However, after experiencing so many things, they were deeply impressed by Su Yu's wisdom and had a faint intention of obeying Su Yu's command. Hence, even though they saw it, they didn't take it seriously. They just smiled and waited for Su Yu to finish reading. The pirate deity was secretly shocked. What's going on? Wasn't he an emissary of the gods? Why did he become the leader of the gods instead? He had always thought that Su Yu was just a pawn working for the 9 deities. But the scene in front of him subverted the pirate deity's thoughts, and he was shocked. Could it be that this young silver-haired man had a transcendent position in the Great Eastern Alliance? That he was the leader of the 9 deities? After reading the information, Su Yu breathed out a sigh of relief and said, "There are 2 pieces of information in the documents. First, detailed information about the other deities in the world of divine remains, including where they came from, which cavern worlds they have offended, their strength, and so on. This is information that even the black market can't get." The pirate deity is very thoughtful. Second, there is news about the book deity and the Rakshasa deity. They are hiding in the cavern world of the second-ranked deity in the world of divine remains, the misfortune deity. The misfortune deity has the intention to recruit them and provide shelter. The pirate deity is guarding the port here and killing us. This is also the misfortune deity's request. The second piece of information made the deities frown. They had heard of the misfortune deity's name. Rumor had it that he could bring misfortune to people unknowingly, and it was very strange and ethereal. There was once a deity in the world of divine remains who did not believe in the power of misfortune of the misfortune deity and competed with him for territory. As a result, 3 days later, when he was walking in the galaxy, he encountered a divine-level wild beast that only appeared once in 1,000 years and was devour. There was also a conflict between a deity and the misfortune deity. As a result, the deity was suddenly entangled by a divine-level demonic creature and chased after him. Finally, the death deity appeared and the misfortune deity restrained himself. The deity's misfortune dissipated and he escaped from the mouth of the divine-level demonic creature. In short, the misfortune deity was a strange deity second only to the death deity. The all-access merchant god frowned. If it is this deity, it will be a bit troublesome. The power of misfortune is invisible and impossible to guard against. If the misfortune deity is determined to protect the 2 deities, we must pay a high price to get rid of them. Oh, what's so troublesome about that? If we don't set foot in the misfortune cavern world, what can the misfortune deity do to us? Su Yu laughed. We just need to lure out the book deity and the misfortune deity. The deity's eyes lit up, and they stared at Su Yu in unison. Feather deity, you can arrange what to do next, and we will do our best to assist you. Feather deity? The pirate deity was taken aback once again. A mere all-creations cultivator was actually conferred the title of feather deity. Looking at the deities present again, they all seemed to be following Su Yu's lead. The pirate deity must have guessed that Su Yu must be a transcendent being of the Great Eastern Alliance, just like the prince of the demonic dimension. Good. This matter requires the cooperation of the deities, and we need the help of the pirate deity. The pirate deity performed the etiquette of a peer and said, I will follow the arrangements of the feather deity. Half a day later, a small boat sailed in the Xing River. On it stood the deities of the Great Eastern Alliance, including the all-access merchant god and the Shang deity. They were trying to sneak into the world of divine remains. However, they never expected that the pirate deity would be prepared and see through them, so he launched an ambush. The deities of the Great Eastern Alliance were taken aback and resisted with all their might. They abandoned the divine bone boat, crossed the Xing River, and fled separately. The pirate deity couldn't catch up and could only capture the non-deity strong men on the divine bone boat who were about to sacrifice the wild beasts. One of them was Qin Feichen, a captive of the Great Eastern Alliance, and the other was Sheng Yuanshan, who accompanied him on the trip. The pirate deity escorted the two back and sent them to the auction house opened by the pirate deity, where they were auctioned off as trophies. The news spread throughout the world of divine remains like an earthquake. Hearing that the Great Eastern Alliance was attacking really made the creatures of the world of divine remains feel uneasy. It was not until they heard that the pirate deity had defeated them all and captured two captives that they breathed a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, the Great Eastern Alliance really doesn't give up. They suffered heavy casualties in the last crusade. Now they have changed to sneak in, but they still returned in defeat. Hey! They were lucky this time to discover the ambush set up by the pirate deity and escape in advance. Otherwise, when the god-destroying crossbow was activated, they would have left one or two deities behind. Haha, it's not completely without gain. I heard that they left two people behind. One is the daughter of the Sheng deity of the Great Eastern Alliance, Sheng Yuanshan, who is a prospective deity. The other is said to be a captive they brought, called Qin Feichen or something. Both of them have become the trophies of the pirate deity and will be sold on the spot at the pirate deity's auction house today. Selling in such a hurry? After all, Sheng Yuanshan is the famous daughter of the Sheng deity and a prospective deity. I heard that she is quite good-looking. With a little hype, there will definitely be big buyers from the galaxy. Why are they in such a hurry? Haha, are you a pig? It is precisely because she is the daughter of the Sheng deity that she should be sold off early. Otherwise, what if the Sheng deity sneaks in and makes a mess in the cavern world of the pirate deity? That's true. In the mansion of the Doom deity, the news that was buzzing in the streets reached the ears of the Book deity and the Rakshasa deity immediately. Ha ha ha. Book deity, your prediction is accurate. They really want to sneak into the world of divine remains. The Rakshasa deity couldn't help but laugh. After waiting for many days, she finally gave the pursuers a head-on blow. The Book deity's face was expressionless, but his eyes flashed with doubt. He wondered why Qin Feichen was here too. He had not been executed by the Great Eastern Alliance. By the way, I heard that nephew Feichen is also on their divine bone ship. What a surprise! I think they most likely caught Qin Feichen and wanted to lure the snake out of its hole to find you, Book deity, the Rakshasa deity said. Unfortunately, they helped you and your father reunite in vain. Lure the snake out of its hole? The Book deity pondered. With his understanding of the gods, this was not their style. Was it their conspiracy? The Book deity always felt a little uneasy, but when he thought that Sheng Yuanshan was also in the hands of the pirate deity, his suspicions weakened. Book deity, the pirate deity still doesn't know the relationship between Qin Feichen and the Book deity. Once he is really sold, there will be a lot of trouble, the Rakshasa deity said. The Book deity nodded. I ask the Doom deity to come forward and take back Qin Feichen. It's too late. They will be auctioned today, and they are most likely on the way. No matter how influential the Doom deity is, there is no reason for him to leave during the auction. It's best if you go in person. At worst, you can buy Qin Feichen back, the Rakshasa deity said indifferently. Anyway, unless the gods compete with you, no one can compete with you. Leave the mansion of the Doom deity? The Book deity instinctively felt uneasy, but his only child was right in front of him. If he did not save him, the Book deity's family would really be extinct. Anyway, you have nothing to do. Come with me. The book deity looked at the Rakshasa deity, and an obscure light flashed in his eyes. The Rakshasa deity thought about it and nodded in agreement. Sure. The two gods left the Doom deity's cavern world and descended into the auction house of the pirate deity's cavern world. The pirate deity sensed their arrival immediately and laughed. Lord Feather deity is really clever. They have really been lured out of the Doom deity's cavern world. I think we can make a move now and kill both of them here. Suyu waved his hand. Wait. Chapter 1188. When the book deity arrived, Sheng Yuanshan and Qin Feichen's auction was already in progress. Although the auction was in a hurry, because the pirate deity's cavern world was filled with a large number of speculators at any time, when they learned that the daughter of the divine god of the eastern divine region was being auctioned, all of them flocked to it and regarded it as a rare commodity. Currently, Sheng Yuanshan's auction price had reached 80 million alliance coins. Although Qin Feichen's identity was not as prominent as Sheng Yuanshan's, because he came from a deity's family, there were still many auctioneers who were interested in it. The price had reached 10 million alliance coins. The book deity looked at the two of them, who were both sealed by the pirate deity's divine power. He finally chose to speak. Qin Feichen, 20 million alliance dollars. On the stage, Qin Feichen couldn't move at all. He could only listen and watch, but he couldn't speak. He couldn't even convey any expression on his face. What? 20 million? There was quite a commotion among the bidders. Spending 20 million to buy a descendant of a deity at the mortal fairy level was not a big profit to speak of. On the contrary, Sheng Yuanshan was not as good. Not to mention the current 80 million, even a few hundred million was far more than enough. Not to mention her identity, just the celestial source of prospective deities alone meant a deity position. No matter how much money she had, it was worth it. The people bidding for Qin Feichen all gave up. But at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Qin Feichen, 30 million. The book deity looked over and saw a silver-haired young man with a faint smile on his face. 40 million. The book deity didn't seem surprised at all. 50 million. However, as soon as Xu Shen's voice fell, the silver-haired young man continued to bid. The book deity frowned slightly and said, 60 million, 7,000. 8,000. 9,000. You win. When the book deity quoted the astonishing price of 9,000, Suyu smiled and turned to leave. The book deity gave Suyu a meaningful look. At the backstage of the auction house, Suyu weighed the 90 million alliance coins that the book deity had paid, and a thoughtful look appeared on his face. The book deity really has a problem. His sudden appearance was not because he coveted the alliance dollars, but to test the book deity. With the book deity's intelligence, he should be able to suspect that there was something fishy about the sudden appearance of a mysterious person who increased the price by fair means or foul. However, from beginning to end, the book deity was very calm and did not seem worried at all. It's almost time to start. Suyu couldn't figure out the book deity's intention, but time waited for no one. The book deity successfully bought Qin Feichen. After the backstage exchange, he immediately teleported away with the Rakshasa deity. It was not until he descended into the cavern world of the god of doom that the book deity unlocked Qin Feichen's divine power. However, the moment the seal was lifted, Qin Feichen shouted loudly, "You should leave quickly. This is Suyu's plot." Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. The moment his divine power was released, a jade pendant in Qin Feichen's chest was also activated. Bang! An extremely thick divine power erupted like a volcano eruption. Only the all-access merchant god, who ranked second in the Great Eastern Alliance, could have such a strong divine power. The Rakshasa deity was swallowed at the same time as it was hit hard. The Rakshasa god's body was covered with layers of copper coins. Gold blood gushed out crazily from the holes of the coins. It was the divine blood of the Rakshasa god. In just 3 breaths, more than half of the Rakshasa deity's godblood had been lost. What was worse was that the god source was also flowing out of the hole. It's the divine path of the all-access merchant god. The Rakshasa god's face changed dramatically. She had not figured out what had happened. Why did Qin Feichen suddenly have the killing move left by the all-access merchant god? At the critical moment, the Rakshasa god screamed, and a ferocious Shura phantom appeared behind her. Under the shadow of the phantom, the loss of the Rakshasa god's godblood and god source gradually slowed down. Book deity, what is going on? The Rakshasa god roared, but there was no book deity in sight. There was only a worn-out book floating in front of her. It was this book that accompanied the Rakshasa god to the auction house. Book deity, you used me. The Rakshasa god realized and roared. The book deity knew that this trip was dangerous, but he hid himself and used a book to deceive the Rakshasa god to help him bring back his son. It was outrageous. Swoosh, the worn-out book shattered under the violent blow of the all-access merchant god. However, there were several indestructible divine powers hidden in the pages, entangling Qin Feichen and teleporting away. Not only did he not show up, but he also successfully took away his son. All the risks were borne by the Rakshasa god alone. The book deity was astute. Swish. With a few soft sounds, the all-access merchant god, the Sheng deity, and the other 9 deities, who should have been defeated by the pirate deity, teleported and besieged the Rakshasa god. The Rakshasa god's face was ashen, and he smiled bitterly. You guys are so powerful. The pirate deity was quietly recruited by you and cooperated with you to kill the 2 of us. I can die in peace. He had to admit that the opponent's means were too clever, so clever that he was caught off guard. The book deity only had a premonition of danger, but he never thought that the pirate deity would defect to the enemy. The all-access merchant god looked indifferently at the Rakshasa god, who was about to perish, and his murderous intent flashed. He raised his finger and waved a divine path, swallowing the god of Lothar. It's a pity that the book deity ran away, and Qin Feichen was rescued. The all-access merchant god frowned slightly. Su Yu's plan was flawless, but the book deity's wisdom was beyond compare. Rescued? Haha, how could it be so easy? Su Yu rushed over and smiled indifferently. In a secret room in the Doom deity's mansion, 2 strands of divine power wrapped around Qin Feichen and teleported into the secret room. Father, I am incompetent. I almost implicated you and fell into Su Yu's trap. Qin Feichen saw the book deity again, and his eyes were full of tears. In just 2 years, he had fallen from the high and mighty book deity family's young master to an animal being auctioned. He even almost implicated his father just now. The book deity smiled kindly. No matter what, he was the only bloodline he had left in the world, even if his cultivation had been destroyed. Feichen, you. The book deity waved his hand and asked Qin Feichen to come over, but suddenly his eyes narrowed and he frowned. There was a slight cracking sound in Qin Feichen's body, as if something was broken. Then, a beam of light broke from Qin Feichen's body and swallowed the book deity. Qin Feichen didn't even have time to react, and he was turned into a rain of blood. The book deity also groaned in pain. When the light dissipated, a book deity covered with books of various colors was safe and sound. Only the books that blocked the light left a copper coin mark one after another. Looking at the blood rain in the sky, the book deity's calm face showed a deep hostility. Su Yu. Needless to say, Su Yu was the silver-haired youth who competed with him for Qin Feichen. The plan to lure him out of the cave was definitely this person's plan. You destroyed my book deity family, killed my last descendant, and destroyed the book deity treasury built by generation. Su Yu, do you have a blood feud with the book deity family? The book deity looked up to the sky and sighed, his words full of hatred. Since then, the bloodline of the book deity had been completely severed. You summoned the pirate deity and tried to divide the land of the gods, causing people here to kill each other, and finally reap the benefits. I will try to see if you have the ability to do so. The book deity was really angry, and he got up to see the god of doom. The god of doom was a dry and short old man, with a very old face, as if he had lived for countless years. God of doom, I need you to help me kill someone, the book deity said. The person who killed your son? The god of doom closed his eyes and said indifferently. The book deity nodded. Yes, only the god of doom can kill people invisibly. The god of doom still closed his eyes. I refuse. Our deal is just that I take you in, and you give me the insights of the wordless book. I am not obliged to help you kill people. The book deity said, "I am willing to help you continue to study the 3 pages of the wordless book." Buzz. The god of doom suddenly opened his eyes, filled with a trace of light. Deal. Standing up, the god of doom's body flowed with an unusual obscure breath, invisible and invisible, but very uncomfortable. Even the book deity took a few steps back, not daring to get too close. His appearance, breath, age, cultivation, and location. The book deity immediately passed the details to the god of doom. Nodding his old head, the god of misfortune teleported away without looking back. The book deity watched the god of doom leave, stayed in place for a moment, and shook his head slightly. "He can't come back, but it just gives me enough time to set up a death trap for Suyu and the other 9 gods. My son is not so easy to kill, and I am not so easy to kill." Leaving a lifetime of sigh in the air, the book deity's back also dissipated in the cavern world. The god of doom arrived at the place where the 9 gods gathered. However, there was no one here except for Suyu. Strange, they all left, only you stayed. The god of doom looked at the silver-haired youth in front of him, who was his target. Suyu said indifferently, "They have other arrangements, and I will stay alone to face you, the god of doom." "Oh, you know that I am the god of doom, and you know that I will come?" The old face of the god of doom showed interest. Suyu said, "Well, I knew that you would come, so I stayed here to wait for you. I advise you not to be fooled by the book deity. If you don't believe me, you can go back and see. The book deity must have left your cavern world." The god of doom laughed, and the smile touched the wrinkles on his calm face, which looked a little scary. "I know that he is using me to deal with you, but he gave me a bargaining chip that I am willing to be used. The premise is that you have to be alive to get those bargaining chips." Suyu responded calmly. Heh. What an interesting little guy. I haven't talked to a junior like this for a long time. If the book deity didn't want to kill you, I might have changed my mind and let you live." The god of doom laughed. "It's a pity that no one can give the bargaining chip that the book deity can give, so I can only kill you." Suyu said, "You might as well try." The god of doom laughed. "I have already done it, but you haven't noticed it. As the most mysterious god of doom, no one could really tell the means of the god of doom's attack. Often, one would be hit by it." A looming black spot appeared between Suyu's eyebrows, and it was constantly penetrating into Suyu's body. This is the body explosion misfortune. Within 3 breaths, you will suddenly be possessed by the devil and self-destruct. He was not lying, because Suyu did find that the power of all creations in his body was out of control, rolling wildly in his meridians, expanding, and about to completely destroy Suyu from the inside out. This was the strange thing about the god of doom. He could make people die under all kinds of unreasonable circumstances. Chapter 1189. Gurgle. With a slight sound, an upside-down crack appeared between Suyu's eyebrows, and a silver-white eye gradually flashed from it. Greed, ferocity, and antiquity, the 3 breaths merged into one, radiating out incisively. The god of doom took a look, and his face changed dramatically. The Daotai's eye. Rumor had it that it was above the gods in the starry sky, a terrible creature born with heaven and earth at the beginning of the world. The heaven-devouring demonic eye. Suyu said slowly, but the black mark between Suyu's eyebrows was slowly pulled out and rolled into the Daotai's eye. A trace of satisfaction, a trace of excitement, a trace of insatiable greed, as if it had been resurrected, eager to try. The heaven-devouring demonic eye devoured everything, even bad luck. The god of doom composed himself and nodded solemnly. So that's how it is. The heaven-devouring demon pupil devours everything. Even bad luck can be devoured. No wonder you are not afraid of my bad luck. But, you have forgotten that apart from having bad luck, I am also a god. Killing you is as easy as flipping my hand. As soon as the voice fell, the god of doom indifferently stretched out a finger and pointed it at Suyu's chest. Suddenly, there was a terrible feeling that his body was on the verge of collapse. At this moment, a long laugh interrupted the divine power of the god of doom. God of doom, why are you in such a hurry? The pirate deity, 3 quasi-gods, 99 peak dust fairies, and 9 huge god-destroying crossbows appeared silently, half surrounding the god of doom. The god of doom stared at the pirate deity and the god-destroying crossbows. His attitude towards the latter was even more dignified. What does the pirate deity mean? This person is with several gods of the Great Eastern Alliance, the god of doom said with a frown. The pirate deity laughed. Since the god of doom has discovered the gods of the Great Eastern Alliance, why don't you think about how they entered the world of divine remains? Indeed, weren't they defeated by the pirate deity? Could it be? The god of doom looked more dignified. I see. The book deity hid the betrayal of the pirate deity from me. Does he want me to become his cannon fodder like the Rakshasa deity? The pirate deity did not speak and stood firmly beside Su Yu. God of doom, you have a chance now. Su smiled. The pirate god thought to himself that the enlistment had begun. The god of doom's old face squeezed out a few traces of a smile. You want to make me an ally? Like the pirate god? He didn't give Su Yu time to speak and shook his head gently. I'm sorry, I'm old and not interested in the Great Eastern Alliance. However, I won't get involved in the grievances between you and the world of divine remains. He chose to stay neutral. No, you're wrong. I've never thought about enlisting you. There's only one path in front of you, and that's death. It was just the difference between dying now and dying later. The chance I'm giving you is to delay your death. Su Yu said coldly, giving an answer that surprised the pirate deity. The doom god didn't expect Su Yu to say this, and he couldn't help but smile. Young man, it is your honor that I am willing to take a step back. Apart from the death god, there is no second person who is aggressive to me, and there will not be a second person. Su Yu said indifferently, you're wrong again. The decision is never in your hands, but in my hand. Kill. Su Yu calmly uttered a single word after he spoke. The doom god laughed. He thought of his fierce reputation, second only to the death god. Ordinary people avoided him, but the boy in front of him was doing the opposite. The newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Turning around, the doom god stared at Su Yu. Do you really think that an immature Dao ties I can save you? Humph. With a heavy snort, the peak mortal fairies behind the pirate god suddenly screamed, and the power of the mortal fairies in their bodies rolled and surged violently. Bang! Bang! The dense explosion of muffled sounds spread through the void, and a total of 99 peak mortal fairies exploded like tofu. In an instant, blood filled the sky. The 9 god-destroying crossbows suddenly lost control. The pirate god's face was livid. RDA, and San, you control the 3 god-destroying crossbows and look for opportunities to destroy this old thing. He himself roared, flew over, and confronted the doom god head-on. The doom god sneered. You overestimate yourself. The doom god did not see any movement. When the pirate god flashed over, an unmanned god-destroying crossbow was aimed at the pirate god coincidentally. RDA, who was in charge of the operation, instilled divine power into this god-destroying crossbow and launched it. RDA did not realize that this god-destroying crossbow was aimed at the pirate god. This was the power of misfortune. The pirate god was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. He wanted to stop it, but strangely found that he could not open his mouth. In a moment of excitement, there was a mistake in the operation of divine power, causing his throat to be blocked. It was an extremely bizarre scene that left everyone dumbfounded. Seeing that the pirate god was in danger, Su Yu's eyes flashed, and he once again displayed the sky-devouring demon eye, swallowing the power of misfortune attached to RDA and the pirate god. RDA seemed to be aware of it and suddenly looked up. He suddenly found that his god-destroying crossbow was actually aimed at his own pirate god. He was shocked and immediately re-aimed at the doom god. The divine power in the pirate god's body was also restored. He stared at the doom god with trepidation and thought, this old monster is really terrible. Without hesitation, not giving the doom god a chance to secretly launch misfortune, the pirate god approached him and took out a pair of meteor hammers to greet him. The doom god glared at Su Yu angrily and had to deal with the pirate god with all his strength. The two gods were fighting invisibly. Although the doom god's every move was full of the power of misfortune, Su Yu continued to clear it. The pirate god was more scared than hurt, and he was evenly matched with this terrible old monster. The pirate god was excited and impressed. To be honest, in the past, he would not have dared to touch this old monster. What happened to him just now also illustrated the problem. Anyone who did not believe in misfortune would die under misfortune. However, with the blessing of Su Yu, the power of misfortune that the doom god was proud of was suppressed. It was equivalent to that of an ordinary god, or even worse than the pirate god. Seeing the opportunity, the pirate god's pair of meteor hammers crisscrossed, penetrated the divine power, and smashed heavily into the chest of the doom god. His physical body shattered, leaving only his soul to escape the blow with a ball of celestial energy sphere. However, his soul immediately sensed three extremely deadly existences, coldly aiming at him. God-destroying crossbow. The doom god's soul trembled, and he looked back, finally feeling the threat of death. Wait! The doom god shouted and stared at Su Yu again. I will immediately withdraw from the land of the gods and no longer care about the grievances between the Great Eastern Alliance and the land of the gods. Su Yu shook his head without thinking. No. You are more dangerous than the Rakshasa deity, and I can't let you go. Not even to the Great Eastern Alliance. The doom god took a step back again. Su Yu still shook his head. No. Why can the pirate god do it, but I can't? The doom god argued. Su Yu said, because I really can't do it. I can't let go of a three-surname slave who has surrendered to the Great Western Alliance twice, but has rebelled twice, and each time he rebelled, blood will flow like a river. Not everyone in the land of the gods could be summoned. The vicious, murderous, dark, and perverted people must not be surrendered. According to the information provided by the pirate deity, the god of doom was a ruthless and vicious deity. The death of the god Tuoba had a lot to do with him. This person could not be left alive. The doom god's eyelids drooped, covering more than half of his eyes. It looked like he was squinting at people. What do you mean by dying early and dying late? Dying early means dying now, dying late means dying later. I will let you live for a while, and I will need you to be useful before dying. The doom god's eyes narrowed even more. Useful for what? To kill the book god, Su Yu said. The book god deceived you and used you to come here to die, to buy time for him to escape. Don't you hate him? The doom god slowly closed his eyes. Of course, he hated Su Yu, hated the pirate god, and hated the book god for luring him to die. If you die now, you can't kill anyone, but if you die later, although you can't kill me, you can kill the book god. After all, you can kill an enemy before you die. What do you think? Su Yu's words were very reasonable. The doom god said, so, you have to force me to die. Yes, you only have 3 breaths to think about it. Die now, or die with the book god. The doom god stared at Su Yu angrily, and his killing intent was thick. Well, I promise you, I will die with the book god. What are you going to do with me next? Swish. Su Yu was prepared for this. He took out a 9-colored mark, which looked like a badge. Open your soul. This mark will be imprinted on your divine soul. It contains the power of the 9 deities. You can't dissolve it by yourself. With this mark, the doom god's soul could be destroyed in a moment. Okay, I promise. The doom god released his soul, and a hole opened in the chest of his soul, enough to put the mark in. Seeing this, the pirate deity secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The old monster finally bowed his head. However, before he could finish his thought, a dark blade suddenly shot out from the hole in the doom god's soul. It was surrounded by the extremely strong power of misfortune, and it shot towards Su Yu's eyebrows. Deity perishing misfortune. The dagger that appeared unexpectedly in his soul was the ultimate misfortune to destroy the gods. The god who suffered misfortune and died tragically was the deity perishing misfortune. If it was used on a god, the misfortune would last for a few days, but if it was used on Su Yu, it would erupt immediately and he would die on the spot. In terms of danger, it was no weaker than the god-destroying crossbow. Not good. The pirate deity's face changed dramatically. He did not expect this old monster to play tricks and reveal his hidden trump card. Su Yu did not react in a hurry and could not use the sky-devouring demonic eye. Reckless brat, you can be considered the first to force this god to this step. The god of Doom's aged face was extremely sinister. Only by killing Su Yu and removing the restraint of the sky-devouring demonic eye could he deal with the pirate deity and the three prospective gods. With just a thought, he could exert misfortune and make them kill each other. Therefore, he had never intended to surrender from beginning to end. Chapter 1190. A palm-sized, 5-colored mountain flew out of Su Yu's sleeves, which he had prepared beforehand. It expanded with the wind and became 1,000 feet tall. With a soft sound, the dagger of the perishing misfortune hit the 5 Elements mountain and immediately broke into bursts of black mist. The mist seemed to have a life of its own. It was divided into thousands of strands that bypassed the 5 Elements mountain and went straight to Su Yu. However, the 5 Elements mountain suddenly shone brightly, and the 5-colored light ring was like an irresistible mountain, suppressing the black mist on the mountain. Looking from afar, the 5-colored 5 Elements mountain was covered with black light. Hiss! What is this mountain? The old pupils of the god of Doom shrank violently. Even the god of death might not be able to suppress the perishing misfortune. After all, the so-called misfortune was the divine path of the god of Doom. The pirate god also took a breath of cold air. Su Yu had the eyes of Dao Tai, which surprised him, and this mysterious 5 Elements mountain made him even more shocked by Su Yu's noble identity. Su Yu raised his hand, and the 5 Elements mountain returned to Su Yu's palm. He stared at the god of Doom indifferently. You are indeed a traitor who has repeatedly rebelled. You really can't be trusted. The god of Doom's heart trembled. You have been guarding against my false surrender. Yes, because until you surrendered, you did not show your final trick, so I thought you must be secretly waiting for an opportunity. Su Yu was a little disappointed. Originally, I wanted to let you live a little longer, but you don't want to live for a while. If that's the case, the god of Doom's heart thumped, and he really panicked. Wait. I accept the divine imprint. Too late. Su Yu was merciless, and gave Ada, and Asan a look. The 3 god-destroying crossbows were fired at the same time. There was an inexplicable beast roar, and 3 grotesque beast heads rushed out of the 3 god-destroying crossbows. They seemed to be in the shape of souls, and they rushed out of the crossbows towards the god of Doom with a roar. The roar of the beast head could really be described as earth-shattering. Su Yu was far away, but he also felt that his 8 apertures primordial spirit was shaken, and his body was numb. The ground under his feet was shaking like an earthquake, and even the entire cavern world of the god of Doom was shaking slightly. When the 3 roars superimposed, the roars multiplied exponentially. With the 3 divine crossbows as the center, the entire cavern world of the god of Doom collapsed, revealing large cracks. The endless Milky Way poured into the cavern world from the crack, accompanied by the wild beasts in the Milky Way. Wherever the Milky Way passed, it was completely devoured by the wild beast. Su Yu was shocked. What a terrible roar. It could shatter a cavern world. As the roar assaulted Su Yu, the pirate deity flashed over, and a powerful divine power emerged from the surface of his body to shelter him and Su Yu. Rda, and Asan were not so lucky. They were the first to be hit by the god-destroying crossbow. Rda and R's god source were relatively more stable. They released enough god power to protect themselves. However, Asan was unlucky. He didn't have enough divine power, and with a miserable cry, his body was shattered. Even his divine origin became much dimmer, and he was severely injured. His god source was damaged, and it was hard to say whether he could recover in the future. The god of Doom was extremely dignified, shocked and hateful. Pirate deity, Su Yu. You. Roar. Another roar that shook the Milky Way drowned out the voice of the god of Doom. The 3 beast heads were extremely ferocious. They surrounded the god of Doom and opened their bloody mouths to bite in the air. The strange thing was that no matter how the god of Doom resisted, the beast heads were always able to tear off a large piece of his soul, as if they were invisible. After exchanging blows for 3 breaths, the god of Doom's divine soul had been eaten by a hand and a foot. Die for me. The god of Doom was horrified, and in the roar, he launched the power of Doom. Exploding body Doom, chaotic Doom, godly destruction Doom, death Doom. He was like a trapped beast, struggling to release the shocking power of Doom, each of which could kill a god. However, these beast heads ignored him and devoured the god of doom fiercely. That scene, even Suyu felt his scalp go numb. Who the hell were those beast heads? Looking at the Milky Way, there was probably no creature that could ignore the power of the gods. Even the legendary demon emperor would find it difficult to do so. He was not afraid of the gods. He thought that the god-destroying crossbow was some kind of powerful magic weapon that could destroy gods. Seeing it with his own eyes, he realized that it was an unknown terrible beast. They were just in the state of souls. In the roar of pain, the god of doom was eaten clean by the 3 ferocious beast heads, and not even a trace of his soul was left. The god source origin was swallowed clean by the 3 beast heads. At this point, the 3 beast heads were satisfied and turned to stare at the pirate deity and Suyu. In their eyes, there was a ferocity that had not dissipated. The eyeballs turned, and it seemed that the next target was the pirate deity. The pirate deity looked calm, but Suyu clearly noticed that his palms trembled. Finally, the 3 beast heads looked at each other and flew back into the divine crossbow without looking sideways. Their eyes were full of contempt and arrogance, as if they were looking down on the pirate deity. The pirate deity breathed a sigh of relief. Our Da and our were also frightened. When the beast heads returned, they immediately sealed the crossbow. Pirate deity, what kind of beasts are these beast heads? Why have I never heard of them? Suyu had been in the Milky Way for a while and had secretly collected a lot of information about the Milky Way, but he had never heard of such terrible beasts. The pirate deity's expression, which had just eased, stiffened again. He turned back and said, "You'd better not know. Tell me about it." Suyu was even more curious. Could it be that they had a special origin? The pirate deity stared at Suyu's eyes and said word by word, "They used to be the spiritual pets of the demon emperor." Suyu's heart trembled. Spiritual pets? How did such powerful spiritual pets fall into your hands? Suyu asked. The pirate deity laughed at himself. Powerful? These 9 were abandoned by the demon emperor. Because the demon emperor had 9 other spiritual pets that were even more powerful. They were abandoned because they were too weak. Suyu was shocked. Such terrible beasts, which could easily tear apart gods, were abandoned spiritual pet. This beast is called Chaos, a kind of wild beast. It was born with the level of gods. Back then, the demon emperor found a total of 18 of them, but for some reason, he could only raise 9 of them, so he let the 18 chaos kill each other. Only the 9 strongest were selected, and the weakest 9 could not be killed, destroyed, or trapped by the demon emperor. They could only be banished to the Milky Way to harm one side. Finally, the first group of gods in the land of the gods discovered them. After fighting with them for thousands of years, they finally reached an agreement with them. They voluntarily entered the god-destroying crossbow and were used by us. Chaos. There was such a background, and even the demon emperor could not kill, destroy, or trap them. Judging from the fact that the doom deity's attack on them was directly ignored, the news was probably true. In that case, why do all 9 god-destroying crossbows belong to you? Don't the other gods have any objections? Suyu asked. The pirate deity smiled proudly. Because our agreement with Chaos is that they will no longer actively cause trouble, and they can help us when necessary, but we must feed them regularly. We must feed them the soul of a god every 10 years, and the soul of a prospective god once every 3 years. In addition, we must also feed them with treasures of heaven and earth. The minimum consumption of resources worth 10 billion alliance dollars a year is such a huge price. Apart from me who plunder the Milky Way all year round, which god can afford to raise them? Once they are not satisfied, Chaos will break the agreement and rush out of the god-destroying crossbow. The first to be harmed is the god who raises them. Who would dare to raise them? Suyu secretly marveled. Feeding a god once every 30 years, and a prospective god once every 3 years. The annual consumption of alliance dollars is as many as 10 billion. Not to mention the pirate deity, even the entire Great Eastern Alliance is under a lot of pressure to raise them. So, although I have plundered a lot, in fact, I am not as rich as the other 8 gods. The pirate deity laughed at himself. More than 90% of the things he plundered were lost in the 9 god-destroying crossbows. Suyu disagreed. Compared with your efforts, what you get are 9 god-destroying crossbows. You are the most powerful in the land of the gods. Otherwise, the pirate deity shook his head. You saw the battle with the god of doom just now. Without your help, the power of the god-destroying crossbows could not be exerted, and they would be killed. The gap between the gods is difficult to be filled by external forces, unless it is an emperor-based saint artifact, but how rare is an emperor-based saint artifact? In the entire land of the gods, only the god of death has an emperor-based saint artifact. Suyu nodded. Indeed, although the power of the god-destroying crossbows was great, it needed to be exerted by humans after all. Staring at the 9 god-destroying crossbows, Suyu's heart became much more dignified. The 9 weak beasts of chaos were so fierce. How strong would the powerful beasts around the demon emperor be? Thinking of the internal and external troubles of the Great Eastern Alliance, Suyu's heart was covered with a thick shadow. With a light breath, Suyu looked at the 5 elements mountain in the palm of his hand. The god of doom's perishing misfortune did not disappear because of his death. Instead, it was tightly attached to the 5 elements mountain. If it's a surprise attack, these deity perishing misfortunes can have a surprising effect. Suyu's lips curled into a faint smile. Then, Suyu cleaned up the body of the god of doom on the ground and collected 10 drops of scattered blood. The rest of the blood was dim and had lost its divinity. 10 drops, according to past experience, should be able to create a new dragon. Suyu secretly looked forward to it. At present, he had mastered time, space, soul, and life. What should the next crystallized dragon be? After waiting here for half an hour, the all-access merchant god and others came back from all directions. The book deity escaped. We have followed your arrangements and guarded the 9 directions of the god of doom's cavern world, blocking this place, but the book deity escaped in some way. The Shung deity was a little annoyed. It was clear that Suyu had customized a plan for them to cut off the book deity's retreat. In the end, the plan was good, but the person who executed it failed. Thinking about it, the book deity had already made escape arrangements, so he could escape from the siege of the 9 gods. Suyu was disappointed, but this was still expected. He comforted her. It doesn't matter, as long as he doesn't escape into the demon world, we will have a chance to catch him again. At the same time, at the port, a divine bone ship landed silently. On the boat, a beautiful woman with purple lips and white hair stood gracefully. She had a smile on her face. If you were in the Great Eastern Alliance, with the blessing of the gods, I would not dare to do anything to you. However, you have come to the land of the gods. In that case, I will take back the demon body. Chapter 1191. The third-ranked god, Wolf God's Cavern World. Foreign god, you want to make use of me with just a few words. You think too highly of yourself. Wolf God stared blankly at the book deity in front of him. The book deity said, "That's not right. The gods of the Great Eastern Alliance came here with a big plan. How big can it be? Hand you over, and they will leave." Wolf God's pair of dark eyes were full of cunning. The book deity said calmly, "If Wolf God does this, will the other gods agree? Will the creatures of the world of divine remains agree? Handing over the traitor of the Alliance means that you bow to the Alliance. How will you gather people's hearts in the future? Besides, even if you hand me over, will the gods of the Alliance really leave?" "I don't think so." Wolf God sneered. "How dare they not leave? Have they forgotten the heavy casualties back then? Haha, that was then. Now, times have changed. The pirate god, who controls 9 god-destroying crossbows, has turned to them. Can you still sit back and relax?" "Huh." Wolf God's eyes suddenly sharpened, emitting a dangerous light. "Book deity, you need to be careful with your words. If you destroy the unity between the gods of the world of divine remains, I can spare you, but the other gods won't." "Ha ha ha." The book deity chuckled. "How do you think the gods of the Great Eastern Alliance came to the world of divine remains safely? Without the acquiescence of the pirate god, can they enter?" Wolf God was unmoved. "I will investigate whether the pirate god has turned to them. I won't believe you no matter what you say now. Haha, by the time you investigate, I'm afraid the god of doom will have met with misfortune." At this moment, a beast's roar that shook the galaxy spread throughout the entire world of divine remains and shocked the gods. Then, a divine light of the fall of a god radiated to the world of divine remains. What? The god of doom has fallen. Wolf God suddenly got up, his eyes flashing with shock. As the third-ranked god of the world of divine remains, the god of doom had fallen. Ah, it seems that they have succeeded. The book deity sighed. Starting from the god of doom, they will not leave a single one of you alive. Hearing this, the wolf deity's expression finally changed. He stared at the book deity and said, "Fine, I promise you. I will inform the other gods to come here for a discussion. However, I am not sure if I can invite the death deity here." The book deity frowned slightly. As the strongest existence in the world of divine remains, the will of the god of death could be said to be in control of everything. If he were to interfere, after thinking about it, the book deity shook his head slightly. The god of death had no reason to stop him. The world of divine remains was about to be invaded by outsiders. Even if the death god did not take action, he would not protect them. Thinking of this, the book deity was relieved. Half a day later, there were 5 more gods in the secret chamber. Except for the pirate god and the death god, all of them were present. You must have known about the fall of the god of doom, but I'm afraid you don't know the details, right? The wolf god looked around coldly. The gods said solemnly, "Does the wolf god know anything? Please tell us, why did the god of doom fall?" In the eyes of the other gods, his death was not necessarily a bad thing. This god was too dangerous. However, it was precisely because of the danger that they paid more attention to it. What could have caused the death of a god who was ranked second only to the death god? It must be chaos. A god frowned and said, "It's just that even with the god-destroying crossbow, it is difficult to kill the god of doom. Can the pirate god do it?" The wolf god's eyes flashed. Of course he can, because the pirate god has the help of 9 gods. The 9 gods of the Great Eastern Alliance. The gods were all shocked, and the divine light on their bodies was chaotic. They were extremely surprised. Is what the wolf god said true? Besides that, what other reasons do you think there are? There was a moment of silence. The betrayal of the pirate god was no less than a heavy blow to them. He was a powerful god with 9 god-destroying crossbows. In terms of individual strength, the pirate god could only be ranked 6th, but with the god-destroying crossbows, no one was sure to defeat him except the wolf god. What do the gods of the Great Eastern Alliance want to do? Just to enlist the pirate god? The wolf god sneered. Are you still daydreaming? The pirate god is the gateway to the world of divine remains. Since he has fallen, the gateway to the world of divine remains is wide open. What reason do they have to let you and me go? The gods did not speak, realizing the seriousness of the situation. Unlike in the past, the world of divine remains was likely to suffer a blow if the god of death did not take action. However, many gods had other thoughts. Since the pirate god can be enslaved, why can't I? We might as well wait and see first, and then join forces to kill them. Humph. I advise you to give up on the idea of being enslaved. If the gods of the Great Eastern Alliance really wanted to enlist you, how could they not do anything? The gods thought about it and felt a slight chill in their hearts. Yes, if the Great Eastern Alliance really wanted to enlist them, then they would definitely start the cleansing after enslaving them. Now, they had directly killed the god of doom and started a big bloodbath. How could there be any intention of enslaving them? So, don't have any more illusions. What's more, when have we, the gods of the world of divine remains, ever been afraid of people? Aren't they just a few foreign gods? If we cooperate well, it won't be difficult to kill them all. The wolf god licked his lips excitedly. A god said, if we ask for the big killing weapon of the past, it won't be difficult to kill a few gods, but that was then and this is now. The pirate god has 9 god-destroying crossbows, which is extremely dangerous. I'm afraid the threat is great. We might as well ask the god of death to come out and cooperate with that big killing weapon. It's enough to kill all the invading enemies. The wolf god smiled contemptuously. The pirate god, humph, without the 9 god-destroying crossbows, what is he? Don't worry about this, I have a plan to ensure that none of the 9 god-destroying crossbows will be used. As for the god of death, I have sent someone to invite him, but I don't know." At this time, a communication jade pendant on his body flashed, and a message came after he crushed it. A touch of regret appeared on his face. The god of death said that he will not take action for the time being, and will only come out when he is needed. Hearing this, the gods were disappointed. But at this point, they had to accept the challenge. The wolf god said, "Everyone, return to your respective cavern worlds and prepare for war. Prepare to launch a war in a month." Standing up, the wolf god licked his lips excitedly. The land of the gods has not been collectively mobilized for a long time. The gods of the 2 major alliances seem to have forgotten the pain of the past. The gods reached a tacit understanding and rushed back to prepare for war. At the same time, they still held a glimmer of hope in their hearts that Suyu would come to persuade them to surrender. In the mansion of the pirate god, the all-access merchant god and the Shung deity were at a standstill. It had been half a month since the killing of the god of doom. According to Suyu's plan, they should try to enlist and win over as much as possible so that the land of the gods would be divided and fall into internal strife. Then, they could eliminate the land of the gods without bloodshed. However, today, Suyu had no intention of taking the next step. Black Phoenix, is Suyu still training in isolation? The Shung deity couldn't hold back her anger. Black Phoenix said, "Yes. Let him come out, now is not the time for isolation." The Shung deity said angrily, "At this moment of life and death, arrangements must be made as soon as possible." Black Phoenix responded with a blank expression. Master said that the gods should not be impatient and should not act rashly. We should not change to cope with changes, and the situation is under his control. The Shung deity was annoyed. This was the 3rd time she had heard this sentence, but the more it was like this, the more anxious the gods felt. Seeing that the situation was deteriorating rapidly, Suyu was indifferent and allowed the other 7 gods to unite and deal with them together. From the information intercepted by the pirate god, the 6 gods were preparing for war, and various resources and soldiers were changing. The cavern worlds of several other regions gradually suspended contact with the pirate god's cavern world, sealed the transmission array, and heavily guarded the border, making it difficult to enter and exit. This was clearly a sign of an imminent war. He hated Suyu for not saying a word. The all-access merchant god also frowned deeply. In terms of the overall situation, as a businessman, he was more sensitive than the other gods. According to common sense, before Suyu killed the god of doom, the situation was extremely clear. On the one hand, he killed the god of doom to establish his power, and on the other hand, he recruited the gods to surrender. It could be said that he was using both the carrot and the stick, and the effect was excellent. However, now that the gods were united and had no intention of surrendering, he was afraid that the gods of the world of divine remains who wanted to rely on them would have to prepare for war. The situation in the world of divine remains could be said to have changed from a good one to a precarious one. Some gods couldn't wait and said, "All-access merchant god, Shung deity, we can't wait any longer. It's better for the 9 of us to go to the other cavern worlds and lobby, so that the situation can be alleviated." The Shung deity shook her head. "No, Suyu may have a plan. We act blindly and disrupt his plan." "Oh. Without Suyu, do we have nothing to do? Do we just watch the situation get worse and worse for us?" The Shung deity was silent for a while. Yes, since they came to the Xing River, they had almost all listened to Suyu's arrangements. As gods, it would be a lie to say that there was no dissatisfaction in their hearts. However, everything that Suyu had done, one incredible miracle after another, it was difficult for them to not accept it. However, now that the situation was deteriorating, Suyu was just standing by and watching. Everyone was anxious, especially the other 6 gods, who were even more anxious. "Everyone, please calm down. I believe that Suyu must have his reasons for not making a move." Finally, the all-access merchant god came forward to appease them. "Believe in Suyu. He has created so many miracles for us. Maybe he has other intentions this time?" After all, the all-access merchant god was like a leader in this mission. Although the gods had grievances in their hearts, they had to hold it in. The pirate deity, who was listening on the side, frowned deeply. On the other side of the mansion, RDA and RR were busy preparing for war, ordering all the pirate forces to gather and prepare for a big battle. Big brother, there are so many forces, and there is still half a month left to integrate. It's very difficult. Arslan is seriously injured at this time. Really, Ara complained. RDA sneered. Seriously injured? How can he play with women when he is seriously injured? Since half a month ago, when his body was shattered by the roar of Dun Dun, Arslan had been recuperating in the secret chamber. However, a few days ago, Arslan ordered people to bring in several beautiful women of different races from outside and have sex in the secret chamber. Chapter 1192. Later, they were recovered by the pirate deity. They were restrained in the land of the gods and changed to prostitutes. What made RDA and R20 dissatisfied was that Arslan wanted to play with women, but he did not do anything. Big brother, forget it. Even if Arslan recovers, his main responsibility is to guard the 9 god-destroying crossbows. He can't help us much. Let him go. As long as he doesn't lose the god-destroying crossbows, it doesn't matter. RDA snorted coldly. In Arslan's secret room, 2 charming women in revealing clothes, who looked and dressed like the Shung deity, were enjoying Arslan's knees. Oh, it's so comfortable. If it was the Shung deity, it would be even more comfortable. Even after knowing the true identity of the Shung deity, Arslan still could not forget her. He deliberately found 2 women who looked like her, which showed that his evil intentions were not extinguished. Suddenly, the woman under him said meaningfully, "Since Lord Arslan is so concerned about her, why don't you seize the opportunity?" Arslan's eyes narrowed. He turned over and pressed the woman who spoke to the ground. He shouted coldly, "Who are you?" "Hihi, of course, we are helping Lord Arslan." The other woman laughed. Arslan's eyes were full of murderous intent. "You were sent by other gods. You really put in a lot of effort. It must have been hard for you to detect my desire for the Shung deity. Let's go and hand you over to the pirate deity. You want to use beauty to attract me to betray the pirate deity and work for you? What a fantasy." The 2 women were not in a hurry. "Lord Arslan, why are you in such a hurry? You might as well take a look at this first." A timely messaging jade pendant appeared in her palm. "Whose?" Arslan's eyes flashed. "Wolf deity." After hesitating for a moment, Arslan struggled and hesitated. The pirate deity had treated him well and trusted him. He had even entrusted important things like the god-destroying crossbows to him for safekeeping. However, the suppression of the pirate deity was self-evident. After struggling for a while, Arslan gritted his teeth and thought that it was okay to listen. If he could find out their plans, he might be able to make a contribution to the pirate deity. Arslan activated the communication jade pendant. Before Arslan could open his mouth to inquire, the voice of the wolf deity directly cut him off. "Arslan, if you are willing to help us, we will kill the traitor, the pirate deity, and all his great path of God will belong to you. For a prospective god like you, devouring his celestial source can speed up your journey to becoming a god. At that time, the pirate deity's cavern world will be yours. You will also become the new pirate god of the world of divine remains." Hearing this, Arslan's heart palpitated, but he was still hesitant. "Don't worry. I'm representing the other 6 gods. I'm not lying. If you can do it, why can't we support you as the new god? The collective promise of the gods." Arslan was overwhelmed with emotions. This temptation was too great. Who didn't want to become a god? Can you really kill the pirate god? He has sought refuge with the deities of the Great Eastern Alliance. With the help of 9 deities, you are no match for him, Arslan said. The wolf deity said, "We will use the great weapons of the world of divine remains. As long as you help us steal the 9 god-destroying crossbows, we can easily kill them." Great weapons. Arslan was shocked. He had faintly heard the pirate god mention that the world of divine remains had a killing weapon that the 2 alliances feared. Once it was activated, the 2 alliances would be terrified. After thinking for a long time, Arslan finally made up his mind. "Okay. I agree." Time passed slowly, and even ordinary creatures gradually noticed that the pirate deity's cavern world and the other 6 gods' cavern worlds were at daggers drawn. An invisible smoke filled the air. Merchant god, we can't wait any longer. The 6 major cavern worlds have gathered together, and they are about to make a move. The gods found it increasingly difficult to suppress their emotions. It had been a whole month since the god of doom was killed. However, their think tank was still in seclusion, and the advice he gave them was still to stay put. This made the gods more and more dissatisfied, and they even doubted Su Yu's intentions. Even the Shang deity felt restless. The war was coming, and Su Yu still had no countermeasures. She was really worried. The all-access merchant god was also a little worried. He held back the uneasiness in his heart and comforted, "Everyone, please bear with it." Slap. "I can't bear it anymore." A hot-tempered god slammed the table and stood up. How long is he going to cultivate? Does he know that the current situation is so dangerous that he can't even imagine it? Looking around, the god sneered. "If he knows that the pirate god has been avoiding us for half a month, I don't know if he can still cultivate in peace." The gods were silent. The situation was worse than expected, and the situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. In the first half of the month, the 6 gods of the world of divine remains were preparing for war. In the second half of the month, a large number of troops had arrived, and a war could break out at any time. What made the Alliance gods most indignant was that because Su Yu's inaction had caused the pirate god's demeanor to gradually change. After all, the pirate god had agreed to join them. The original intention was that Su Yu had promised to all the gods of the world of divine remains. At that time, the pirate god would surely have several like-minded people, and he would not betray them alone. But now, Su Yu was holding back and had no intention of summoning them. As a result, the 6 gods had completely given up and were determined to go to war with them. The pirate god had become the target of public criticism in the world of divine remains. If they were the pirate god, they would also have to reconsider whether it was worth joining the Great Eastern Alliance. His absence for half a month was probably an indication of his ambiguous attitude. If the 2 sides were to fight, Su Yu and the others would be more advantageous, and the pirate god would definitely help them. But if the wolf deity and the others were strong, the pirate god would be a hidden danger that would stab them in the back. All of this was caused by Su Yu's reneging. Such a great situation had been turned into a mess by Su Yu. In the face of the anger of the gods, the all-access merchant god could not calm down. The matter was indeed too serious, so he had to say, "Well, Luo deity, you go to the port and guard our warships. Be ready to open them at any time, just in case the pirate god betrays us, so that we will not be blocked. The Shang deity and I will break in and see what Su Yu is doing. As for the other 6 gods, please keep a close eye on the border war." With the all-access merchant god taking action, the gods were a little more relieved. "Good. We'll do it right away. We should have acted on our own long ago and listened to Su Yu's words. That's why we are so passive and wasted all our previous effort. All-access merchant god, Shang deity, it's not that we have a problem with Su Yu, but you should also reconsider whether Su Yu is worthy of full trust." At such a critical juncture, he abandoned the overall situation to cultivate in isolation. It's simply inconceivable and unreasonable. The gods spoke one after another, pouring out the resentment that had been suppressed for a long time before they split up to act. The all-access merchant god and the Shang deity looked at each other and smiled bitterly. All-access merchant god, what the gods said is not unreasonable. Along the way, we relied too much on Su Yu's strategy, so much so that he let go and we were passive. This is not a good thing in the long run. The all-access merchant god felt the same way inside. Let's not talk about it anymore. The war is imminent, and Su Yu is not allowed to continue cultivating. Let's go straight to him. The 2 deities glanced at the stone door that they were in seclusion. The restrictions on the door were nothing to them, and they teleported in directly. The Black Phoenix sighed. "Hey, how can a group of mediocre people understand the master's good intentions?" She did not stop them and allowed the 2 gods to enter. In the secret room, the all-access merchant god and the Shang deity saw Su Yu, who had been in isolation for a month. Compared to the past, His cultivation had reached the peak of all creations, and he could try to break through the realm of the dust fairy at any time. On the surface of his body, layers of dark demonic energy were faintly flickering, and the power of the bloodline of the demon god and the god of doom was rolling in his body. Among them, the power of the demon god occupied the majority. Even a pair of illusory sharp horns appeared on Suyu's head, and his face revealed some characteristics of the demon race. At first glance, the all-access merchant god and the Shung deity were shocked, and their murderous intentions rose. Demon race. Fortunately, Suyu woke up at this time, and the illusion on the surface of his body flashed away. Looking at the two people in front of him, Suyu's eyes were clear. Before they could question him, he said, "Are the 6 gods of the land of the gods gathered in one place? Does the pirate god have any traces of rebellion?" Heh! The all-access merchant god and the Shung deity were shocked. "You know?" Suyu had been in isolation, and even the Black Phoenix had not entered. How did he know about the outside world? He even knew about the rebellious actions of the pirate god. "These are all predictable, and there is nothing to be surprised about," Suyu said calmly. "What?" The Shung deity's crystal eyes flashed. "Did you deliberately let the situation develop to this point?" Suyu smiled and said nothing, tacitly agreeing. "Suyu, what the hell do you want to do? In fact, you don't want to enlist any gods of the land of the gods at all, do you?" The Shung deity wanted to press Suyu to the ground and search his soul to see what he was planning. "Oh, what I want to do, doesn't the Shung deity know?" Suyu smiled. The all-access merchant god was surprised. "You really don't intend to enlist them, even the pirate god?" Suyu sneered. "Enlist? Humph. May I ask the two of you, among the 9 gods of the land of the gods, which one of them is not full of sin?" The all-access merchant god and the Shung deity were silent. More than sin. Any creature in the land of the gods could be described as sin, and the 9 gods were the kings of sin. The creatures of the various worlds and even the creatures of the Great Eastern Alliance who had died in their hands could not be described with numbers. Even the pirate god, who had taken refuge in them, had plundered the galaxy all year round and had killed more than hundreds of millions of people. His hands were stained with the blood of half of the families of the Great Eastern Alliance. Enlisting them and letting them join the alliance of 100 gods means that all their past sins are forgiven. However, what about the families of the victims who died unjustly at their hands? What right do we have to forgive them on behalf of those who died? The answer is no. The all-access merchant god looked at Suyu. He never thought that Suyu, who seemed unscrupulous, had such a bottom line in his heart. In fact, enlisting the 9 gods of the land of the gods was something they were also conflicted about. After all, they had been enemies for many years, and it was difficult to accept them as one of their own. Chapter 1193. Unexpectedly, what Suyu cared about was the victims, which made the all-access merchant god sigh. He had not seen such a principled and bottom-line person for many years. The Shung deity's eyes softened, and there was no doubt that she cherished Suyu. For a long time, she only had some appreciation for Suyu, and she still wanted to keep a distance. It was difficult for her to like a younger generation with too many tricks. However, after hearing Suyu's words, she was moved as a woman. Heaven and earth are reincarnated, and good and evil will eventually be rewarded. I never thought of pardoning them. What I want is to use their blood to wash away the sins of the past. In the land of the gods, I want them to disappear. Even the god of death has to accept the price he deserves. Even the god of death, to destroy them, in addition to Suyu's inner principles, he also considered the overall situation. The land of the gods had been a disaster for many years, and they had already become a collection of blood and sin. It would be extremely difficult to make them change their ways through the enlistment. They could be enfranchised for a while, but not forever. Like the god of doom, they repeatedly rebelled, each time leaving behind a trail of blood. Instead of being wary of them after the enlistment, it was better to erase them from the world and eliminate future troubles. But the pirate god has already surrendered to us. If we kill him again, it will be the fault of the Great Eastern Alliance, and we will lose our credibility in the galaxy, the all-access merchant god said. Suyu said, This is the reason why we did not enlist the other gods. Once we enlist them, we will have no excuse to kill them in broad daylight. Is the pirate god an exception? Suyu said coldly, of course not. But from my observation of him, the pirate deity is a person who does not get up early if there is no benefit to him. He sways according to the wind. I have been biding my time for a month. I am afraid that the pirate deity is anxious. The all-access merchant god and the Shung deity looked at each other, secretly shocked by Suyu's extraordinary wisdom. They could not help but smile bitterly at the same time. The pirate god is not the only one who is anxious. Even our god is anxious. If he does not come out, I am afraid it will be a mess. However, you are right. The pirate god has not shown up again for half a month. Suyu said, then wait for him to rebel, and then give him a fatal blow. Then what do we do now? The all-access merchant god and the Shung deity were full of confidence in Suyu. Suyu calmly said, bide your time. Before the two of them could say anything, Suyu continued, the 6 deities of the world of divine remains have gathered their forces in one place, but they have never launched an attack. They must be afraid of something, and what they are afraid of should be the 9 god-destroying crossbows. If nothing went wrong, the moment the god-exterminating crossbow malfunctioned would be the moment they would strike. At that time, it will be time for us to make our move. After getting a clear answer from Suyu, the 2 deities felt relieved and bade farewell. Before leaving, the all-access merchant god looked back and said, Suyu, what techniques have you been practicing recently? Suyu raised his eyebrows and hesitated for a moment. Then, he said frankly, it's the demon race's cultivation technique. Due to certain reasons, I can use the power of the demonic god's bloodline and cultivate it to a higher level. If it had been anyone else, they would have been captured and interrogated by the 2 gods. With the demonic god's bloodline, they could cultivate the demonic race's cultivation method. Wasn't this the original demonic race? At the very least, they should capture him and search his soul. However, when they looked at Suyu, the 2 deities exchanged a look and said, don't use it in front of people. After saying that, he did not pursue the matter any further. It was evident that Suyu had won the trust of the 2 deities. In another secret room, RDA and RE waited patiently outside the secret room. What's the situation outside? The calm voice of the pirate god came from the secret room. However, RDA and RE, who had been with the pirate god all year round, could hear the impatience and uneasiness in his tone. The armies of the 6 great cavern worlds have gathered in one place. I'm asking what the deities of the Great Eastern Alliance are doing, the pirate god shouted, looking even more uneasy. Things had developed to this day, which was very different from what the pirate god had originally thought. If it weren't for the death deity who gave him the confidence to continue to seek refuge, he would have returned to the land of the gods when Suyu had done nothing in the first half of the month. Now, it was only the death deity who could still give him a little peace of mind. If the death deity changed his mind, he would not accompany the people of the Great Eastern Alliance to fight against the entire land of the gods. The Luo deity has guarded their warship and is ready to launch at any time. The other deities are still silent. The pirate god clenched his fists, and anxiety and anger appeared between his brows. Suyu, what the hell do you want? Pass down the order, keep a close watch on the Luo deity. If necessary, destroy their warship at all cost. No, destroy all the warships in the port, and never let them go. RDA and RE were taken aback. Was he going to cut off the retreat of the deities of the Great Eastern Alliance? Yes. But the 2 did not dare to hesitate. To be honest, they were secretly relieved. If they really joined the Great Eastern Alliance, they were really a little worried that the deity families of the Alliance would settle old scores with them. The atmosphere of the war was getting heavier and heavier. Any creature could feel that an unprecedented war was about to break out. At the border, the 6 deities of the land of the gods, including the wolf deity and the book deity, stood coldly at the border. Once the war started, the 7 of them would be the main force of this war. Of course, apart from them, there was another big killer. Now, they were waiting for an opportunity to strike. And Arslan was putting it into action. In the mansion of the pirate god, the land of the gods fell into a tense moment. The deities of the Great Eastern Alliance were also tense. They also felt that the crisis was coming. The deities of the land of the gods seemed to be waiting for an opportunity. All-Access Merchant God, please give the order to arrange our actions. Even without the pirate god, we still have 9 deities. The other side, including the traitor book deity, is only 7. We have a great chance of winning in a battle at the level of the deities. Yes, we can't sit still, or the situation will be even more critical. The subordinates of the pirate god have been keeping an eye on the Luo deity in the port. It seems that once they find that the situation is not good for him, they will cut off our retreat and bite us. The All-Access Merchant God was calm and indifferent. Don't be impatient, everyone. The Sheng deity and I have personally asked Su Yu and learned about his plan. What plan? The deities subconsciously cast an inquiring look. Although they questioned Su Yu, they still had some expectations in their hearts. Don't move. 4 clear words floated into the ears of the deities. They were stunned at first, and then immediately became angry. All-Access Merchant God, will you inform the outside world one by one? How critical is the situation today? How indecisive is the pirate god? A grumpy deity asked patiently, suppressing his temper. The All-Access Merchant God nodded. He knows it all, so he wants us to stay put. What? The deities could no longer bear it and said angrily, All-Access Merchant God, now that things have come to this, are you pinning your hopes on this kid? I'm really pissed off by him. It's already like this, and he still wants us to stay put. Is he hoping to see us all die here before he feels at ease? All-Access Merchant God, Sheng deity, please forgive us. We really can't continue to sit still like this, and we can no longer act according to the plan. Swish, swish. In an instant, several deities stood up one after another, their faces full of anger. We have to solve the problem of the world of divine remains in our own way. Please inform Su Yu that he doesn't have to worry about the hidden dangers of the world of divine remains. We, the useless deities, will solve them by ourselves. With anger, the deities were about to leave. However, at this moment, the pirate god suddenly appeared with an ugly expression. Glancing at everyone and then at the secret room, the pirate god said in a deep voice, Everyone, things are not good. The 9 god-destroying crossbows are missing. What? The deities who were preparing to go to the battlefield were shocked. How did they disappear? Weren't the god-destroying crossbows under your protection? Pirate god, tell us clearly, how did they disappear? Those were the god-destroying crossbows that could easily kill the deities. Were they really missing, or were the pirate god hiding and preparing to turn around to deal with the deities of the Alliance? Only the All-Access Merchant God and the Sheng deity had a look of surprise in their eyes at the same time. Su Yu was right again, the god-destroying crossbows were missing. Then, the war was about to begin. My subordinate, Arslan, has always been valued by me and is responsible for protecting the god-destroying crossbows. However, I suddenly sensed that he had left the cavern world, and I knew something was wrong. When I went to check, I found that the god-destroying crossbows were also missing. Several Alliance deities were secretly vigilant and distanced themselves from the pirate god. There was no doubt that they believed the lies made up by the pirate god. Are you really sure that the god-destroying crossbows were stolen and not used for other purposes? Of course I'm sure. A clear and long-lost voice appeared, answering the question for the pirate god. Su Yu. The deities all looked at the secret room and saw that the secret room had opened silently, revealing Su Yu himself. The Alliance deities were angry. Humph, you are finally willing to come out. Lord Feather God. What was the use of coming out now? Humph, you said that the god-destroying crossbows were really stolen. Do you have any evidence? The Alliance deity said coldly. Su Yu smiled faintly. The deities of the land of the gods will give you evidence. I think they should be almost here. Soon after Su Yu's words fell, the faces of all the deities present changed. They sensed that 7 deities had arrived at the border of the pirate god's cavern world. The war has begun. The Alliance deities looked gloomy. They all stared angrily at Su Yu, who had delayed the opportunity, and hurriedly teleported to the border. The pirate god gritted his teeth, stamped his feet, and rushed over. The all-access merchant god and the Shang deity looked excited and expectant as they looked at Su Yu. Su Yu nodded gently. Let's go, too. This war is not as simple as the deities of the land of the gods think. There was a hint of coldness in his words, and even the all-access merchant god and the Shang deity felt a chill when they heard it. Perhaps the deities and creatures of the land of the gods did not know that this war was not a battle of victory or defeat, but a battle of destruction to destroy the land of the gods. Teleporting to the border, the 7 deities of the other side lined up, each shining with divine light. Chapter 1194. It could be said that he had single-handedly facilitated the alliance of the 6 gods to fight against the gods of the alliance. He was the mastermind behind the scenes. On Su Yu's side, including the pirate god, there were as many as 7 gods. Moreover, the all-access merchant god and the Shang deity were the top masters of the Great Eastern Alliance. On the other hand, the death deity, who ranked first, was in seclusion, and the doom deity, who ranked second, had fallen. The gap between the strength of the 2 deities was huge. It was precisely because of this that the pirate god dared to face the 7 gods on the other side. The gods of the alliance, this is really a good way to successfully bribe the pirate god. It's hard not to admire you. The wolf deity stared at the pirate god contemptuously. The all-access merchant god, as the leader of the gods, said, "You have been a scourge of the Xing River and have long been the target of public criticism. Now I am ordered to pursue the 2 traitors of the alliance and destroy you. Why don't you surrender? You have forgotten the lessons of the past, and you still dare to speak arrogantly." The wolf deity sneered. "Everyone, come together and teach the gods of the alliance an unforgettable lesson." With a loud roar, the wolf deity turned into a towering giant wolf and took the lead. Several gods behind him, including the book deity, also rushed forward bravely. The all-access merchant god looked at Su Yu and got a nod from Su Yu. The all-access merchant god took a deep breath. "The gods of the alliance listen to me. Kill all the disobedient gods. Kill." In an instant, there was a murderous sound, and more than a dozen divine lights were intertwined, bursting into a huge divine light that shook the stars. The scattered divine light ran through the world, crushing the barriers of the cavern world and smashing the cavern world. Many divine paths were intertwined, and an unprecedented collision broke out. Vaguely, Su Yu even saw the collision of the divine paths, breaking through the barrier. Above the infinite sky, several broken chains were looming. That is. Su Yu was shocked. Wasn't that familiar chain the one that broke when he was comprehending the heavenly book? That was the law of the heavens. But looking around at the people present, except for Su Yu, only the book deity looked up. The rest of the people seemed to have not noticed the strange chain flashing. Could it be that only the book deity and I can see it? Su Yu said in surprise. He had discovered this because he had comprehended the heavenly book given to him by Yunyazi. Could the book deity also? While he was deep in thought, the 2 groups of people entered into a decisive battle. A battle between deities was not something Su Yu could participate in, especially a clash of divine paths. Su Yu was not even qualified to comprehend it from the sidelines. When the war between the gods began, the living beings below also began to fight. The mortal fairies and the armies below the mortal fairies started to fight. In terms of the strength of both sides, the pirate deity's army was less than 1/5 of the other side. As soon as they came into contact, they showed signs of being routed. However, everyone knew that the real battlefield was the battle between the gods. Their victory would determine the final outcome of the war. However, judging from the current situation, the gods of the alliance possessed absolute power. Not only was their individual strength stronger than theirs, but they also had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. Soon, the wolf deity and the others were at a disadvantage and were in a state of suppression. Because of this, although they had as many as 10 quasi-gods, far more than the 3 of them, Sheng Yuanshan, Black Phoenix, Rda, and Ra, they did not dare to act rashly. In case one of the gods of the alliance came out, they could be wiped out in a few breaths. Both sides fixed their eyes on the battlefield of the gods. In the seemingly short time of a cup of tea, More than a dozen gods had actually fought thousands of rounds. Finally, with a muffled sound, the snake deity of the world of divine remains was pierced by the palm of the Shung deity, and even his celestial energy sphere was scattered. A god had fallen, and even his soul had been bombarded into ashes under the joint attack of the gods of the Alliance. After successfully killing one of the gods of the other side, the morale of the gods of the Alliance soared, and their attacks became more fierce. The pirate deity's hesitant heart settled. It seemed that the Alliance was more reliable. "Don't panic, continue," the wolf deity shouted and fought with the all-access merchant god. Although the wolf deity's combat power was commendable, he was no match for the all-access merchant god. 30% of his divine blood was easily scattered by the all-access merchant god, and he was severely injured. The rest of the gods of the world of divine remains were more or less severely injured, and they were losing ground. The situation was not good. However, there was no panic in the eyes of the wolf deity. Instead, there was a grin. "Soon, let's continue. Today is the day to destroy the world of divine remains." The good situation made the gods of the Alliance overjoyed. They did not expect that the gods of the world of divine remains, who were known to be terrible, were actually so weak. "Ha ha ha. We should have killed them a long time ago. I hate that we have waited for a month in vain. I really regret it." Many of the gods of the Alliance glanced at Su Yu, and the corners of their mouths showed contempt. In the world, in the end, everything was determined by force. Su Yu, who relied on speculation, was, after all, a nobody. The situation gradually became clear. The gods of the world of divine remains fought and retreated, and their defeat was extremely obvious. The gods of the Alliance fought with passion and excitement. If they could destroy the world of divine remains, they would surely be remembered in history, and their names would shake the galaxy. From then on, they would stand among the families of the gods and be remembered for generations to come. However, Su Yu, who had been watching from the sidelines, saw the clues. It was true that the gods of the world of divine remains were defeated, but there was no reason for them to retreat so easily. The gods of the Alliance were addicted to killing, and they unknowingly followed the other side into other cavern worlds. Su Yu looked at this scene and immediately shouted, "Don't chase the enemy, be careful of trick." The gods of the Alliance quickly retreat. Although the all-access merchant god and the Shung deity were also excited, they were still calm. When they heard Su Yu's words, they immediately realized that they had inadvertently left the pirate deity's cavern world and chased into the enemy's cavern world. With Su Yu's reminder, they immediately retreated without thinking. The pirate deity was even more cautious. He reacted even faster than the all-access deity and the Shung deity. He gave up the gods of the land of the gods that he was about to get, turned around, and retreated. However, what made the faces of the all-access merchant god and the Shung deity sink was that the rest of the gods of the Alliance, except for the sword deity, who hesitated and reluctantly gave up the gods who were about to be killed. The other gods did not pay attention to Su Yu. "Why don't you retreat quickly?" the all-access merchant god shouted, and his voice contained divine power that awakened them from the state of bloodthirst. But even if they were awakened, it was useless. "All-access merchant god, why do you still listen to this ignorant boy? It is because of him that we have missed a great opportunity and fallen into the situation we are in today. Now that the big event is ahead and the situation is great, how can we still let him drag us down?" "Exactly. In fact, I have some doubts. Which side is the feather god on? Why do you let go of the disobedient gods of the world of divine remains again and again? Humph. When we quell these gods, we will interrogate Su Yu again. At least we have to search his soul once. This boy is too suspicious." Seeing that success was right in front of them, Su Yu once again forced them to retreat, which really caused the gods to explode. "Stupid." The Shung deity was anxious for them and wanted to rush over and catch them one by one. However, at this moment, they heard the wolf deity laugh loudly. "They have fallen into the trap. Activate that big killing weapon." Buzz buzz buzz. Suddenly, the heavens and the earth roared, and the barriers of the 6 cavern worlds were suddenly broken. The earth was completely shattered, and cracks leading to the Xing River appeared one after another. Looking closely, under the continents connected to the 6 cavern worlds, there was a huge black ring hidden. This ring was inscribed with a line of demon clan characters, exuding an amazing demonic aura. The pirate deity only glanced at it and was shocked. It is the 9 demons' god sealing ring. The 9 gods of the world of divine remains had gathered here for a reason. Instead, they found a broken emperor-based saint artifact here, the 9 demons' god sealing ring. Its size was extremely large, enough for 9 cavern worlds to be built on it. The power released by the 9 demons' god sealing ring could also resist the invasion of wild beasts, especially the invasion of god-level wild beasts. The existence of this thing was no secret to the world of divine remains, but to activate it, it required the power of at least 5 gods. It was not that the pirate deity did not think that they would use this thing, but the price was to bury an entire cavern world. Who would be willing to sacrifice their own cavern world? Wait, the god of doom. Wasn't the cavern world he left just right for a sacrifice to activate the 9 demons' god sealing ring? Boom! A deafening roar reverberated throughout the Milky Way, and it suddenly exploded. It was the god of doom's cavern world. Without warning, it collapsed into hundreds of millions of fragments, returned to the great source origin, and was sucked into the 9 demons' god sealing ring. The 9 demons' god sealing ring suddenly erupted with a thick demonic aura. The soaring demonic aura just happened to trap the Alliance gods in it, while the wolf deity and others saw the opportunity to teleport away. Finally, the Alliance gods, who were in a killing frenzy, finally realized that they had been fooled. In their panic, they didn't even think and teleported back. However, they were shocked to find that their divine power was isolated by the ring, and they could not use it, so they could not teleport back directly. If they could not use their divine power, what about their divine body? With a painful scream, an Alliance god directly rushed into the ring with his physical body. As a result, when he hit the black demonic fog, his physical body directly decayed, leaving only his soul holding a mass of great source origin. The Alliance gods, who were also preparing to rush out, were frightened and retreated in horror. However, what happened even more horrifying to them happened. The demonic fog turned into a dense mass of thousands of demonic crows, like a dark cloud, flying towards the Alliance gods. The nearest Alliance god didn't even have time to scream before his body was corroded, and a large part of his divine soul was also corroded. If no other gods pulled him out in time, he would probably be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye and perish. Finally, fear and panic took over their hearts, causing them to completely recover from their previous frenzy. All-Access Merchant God, Shung Deity, save us. The faces of the All-Access Merchant God and the Shung Deity were extremely ugly. The Sword God was sweating profusely, and his face was pale. If he had hesitated for a moment, he would have ended up like this. He couldn't help but look at Su Yu, his eyes full of joy and shock, but also full of anxiety. The situation was completely reversed. The other 6 gods were on the verge of death, and they only had 4 gods left. From behind the other gods, 9 dark holes were slowly pushed out, making the sword god even more desperate. Chapter 1195. The pirate deity's face changed. The situation changed in an instant. From a one-sided situation just now, they had fallen into a passive situation. Staring at the familiar figure slowly pushing out the god-destroying crossbow, the pirate deity's eyes were murderous. Asan, how dare you betray me? When have I ever wronged you? Asan smiled strangely. The winner is the king, and the loser is the bandit. You and I are pirates who have killed countless people. What kindness is there to talk about? If you die, I will take your place and become the new pirate deity. That is the reason. With the 9 god-destroying crossbows in hand, Asan seemed to have victory in hand and faced the former pirate deity with an equal attitude. Immediately, his eyes drifted to the Shung deity. Shung deity, if you surrender, destroy your own divine source origin, and become my woman from now on, I promise to keep you alive. Well, if your daughter is also willing, you and your daughter can follow me from now on and be my women. Asan had always had improper thoughts about the Shung deity. The Shung deity's snow-white face was cold. The all-access merchant god frowned deeply. The situation had developed too far off track. There were still 6 gods on the other side. Although they were all seriously injured, With the cooperation of the 9 god-destroying crossbows, they were afraid that their group would be annihilated. They had seen the horror of chaos with their own eyes. Arslan, open the seal. Let's get rid of the trouble first, the wolf deity urged. Arslan stared at the Shung deity with regret, his eyes full of reluctance and nostalgia. Why are you so persistent? With a sigh, Arslan opened the seal. The 9 black god-destroying crossbows were opened at the same time, and in an instant, all of Arslan's divine power was drained. Suddenly, the aura of chaos, which made countless creatures crawl and tremble, spread out like a raging wind. The pirate deity's eyes showed despair, and there was no more hesitation in his eyes. With a flash of ruthlessness, he teleported behind the all-access merchant god, pressed a palm on his back, and shouted, "Everyone, in the passage of the land of the gods, we are on the same side. Don't hurt us by mistake." Boom. The pirate deity's temporary rebellion was fast, decisive, and extremely ruthless. In the eyes of the wolf deity and the others, a trace of joy and pride emerged. Under the general trend, the pirate deity had returned to the land of the gods and given the enemy's strongest all-access merchant god an unexpected blow. However, just as he was about to seriously injure the all-access merchant god, he seemed to have expected it. With a thought, he teleported to Su Yu's side, with a contemptuous sneer on his face. Su Yu is right. The root of evil in the land of the gods is indeed whimsical. The betrayal of the pirate deity proved how accurate Su Yu's judgment was. He would definitely betray us. A deity from the land of the gods like him was definitely not a law-abiding person. As long as there was an opportunity, he would stab himself in the back at any time. The pirate deity's attack had failed, and his face changed slightly. Without thinking, he teleported to the wolf deity's side and stood side by side with them, looking at Su Yu and the others with hostility. Now it's 7-3, and there are still 9 god-destroying crossbows. Deities of the Great Eastern Alliance, it's time to give you another bloody lesson. I'll let you know the horror of the world of divine remains. A mocking and murderous excitement appeared at the corner of the wolf deity's mouth. Buzz buzz buzz, the 9 god-destroying crossbows trembled, and from them came the terrible roar of a beast that shattered the cavern world. The deities of the world of divine remains all retreated, sneering as they watched the 3 deities being torn to pieces by the chaos. At the moment of crisis, Su Yu was not in a hurry. He put his hands together and rotated his 5 fingers, as if he was performing some kind of mysterious spell. In his body, the amazing power of the demon god was rolling, so much so that Su Yu's body surface had some characteristics of the demon race. From a distance, Su Yu was a demon. The surging power of the demon god was getting stronger, and an unusually large array rune began to appear above Su Yu's head, shining with a dark light. The holy demon summoning technique. The stronger the power of the demon god, the more powerful the creatures that could be summoned would be. For this reason, during the month of retreat, Su Yu entered the 100th floor of the Martial Tower world. He took out almost half of the demon god's blood from the demon god's body of the glittering jewel mortal fairy and refined it into his body through the divine 9-dragon cauldron. With the abundant power of the demon god, Su Yu could summon more powerful creatures from the demon dimension. Staring at the chaos in the god-destroying crossbow in front of him, Su Yu showed an unfathomable smile. Chaos was the spiritual pet of the former demon emperor. If they discovered the secret skills of the demon emperor, would they continue to abide by the agreement to help outsiders, or would they be afraid of the demon emperor who raised them? The answer was obvious. Suddenly, the roars of the 9 chaos beasts in the god-destroying crossbow suddenly doubled and overlapped at the same time. The overlapping roar directly flattened the pirate deity's cavern world. The world collapsed, the star river flowed backward, and the wild beasts fled everywhere. Within a few breaths, the pirate deity's cavern world was on the verge of destruction. What happened? Arslan instinctively felt that something was wrong. The stronger the roar, the more excited the chaos was. However, the excitement in front of him was not like the excitement of eating people in the past, but another kind of mental state. The wolf deity and others did not notice him and sneered. It seems that chaos can't wait to eat you. Oh, I haven't seen such a wonderful picture for a long time. Gods of the Great Eastern Alliance, your fate today is destined to be remembered by the Alliance forever. Ha 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 ha. The other gods also laughed as if the outcome had been decided. Roar, finally, there was an earth-shattering roar, and 9 ferocious beast heads roared out, leaving behind a fierce and savage atmosphere. All of them rushed over. The all-access merchant god, the Sheng deity, and Sheng Yuanshin all changed their expressions. What was Su Yu's trump card? Retreat first. The Sheng deity grabbed Sheng Yuanshin and quickly retreated with the all-access merchant god. The all-access merchant god also grabbed Su Yu. You go with us first. However, Chaos noticed his move, and his figure flashed. The crystal suddenly teleported in front of Su Yu, and the 9 beast heads bit fiercely at the all-access merchant god. The all-access merchant god was shocked, and the power of the divine path shot out. However, if it hit the air, it directly penetrated the body of Chaos and did no harm to them. Chaos became more and more fierce, biting together to tear the all-access merchant god apart on the spot. The Sheng deity was anxious. Merchant god. The gods on the other side of the river sneered again and again, as if they were watching a wonderful show. They stared at the scene in front of them, not letting go of a single trace. It was as if they wanted to see how the all-access merchant god, the second-ranked god of the Great Eastern Alliance, would be eaten little by little. Stop. An order that was neither loud nor soft, neither light nor heavy, came out softly. The faces of the gods on the other side suddenly stiffened, and an incredible scene appeared. Chaos, which was about to bite the all-access merchant god, immediately stopped like a dog that had heard an order, and ran excitedly to Su Yu's side, circling around him. Su Yu smiled and stroked their heads one by one. Chaos, which was famous for its ferocity and bloodiness, showed a very enjoyable expression. It lay quietly at Su Yu's feet and hummed a comfortable tone from its mouth. The rune array above Su Yu's head did not summon any demon creatures. Because the summoned demon creatures were right in front of him. The all-access merchant god had walked through the gates of hell, and his face was slightly pale. The Sheng deity was also too frightened. Only Sheng Yuanshin stared at Su Yu with hatred. Bastard! Why didn't you say so earlier? She was scared just now. However, staring at the 9 puppies that listened to Su Yu's words, she was surprised and delighted. The all-access merchant god and the Sheng deity also showed deep joy. It turned out that this was Su Yu's backup plan. The god-destroying crossbow. As the greatest reliance of the world of divine remains, the terrible existence that the pirate deity had temporarily rebelled against, had become their reliance in turn. Su Yu did not speak. He looked at the gods on the other side and said indifferently, "Everyone, don't you want to see a wonderful scene of chaos devouring people? Do you only want to see how wonderful others are? It is better to see how you become food in its mouth. It is more enjoyable and realistic, don't you think?" Dawn. The hearts of the 6 gods were like a drum, and they were beaten hard. Their stiff faces, with Su Yu's murderous intent, and as chaos turned its head and stared at them with greedy and excited eyes, turned into endless fear. Even the confident wolf deity took a breath of cold air, and his heart trembled. The pirate deity was even more terrified. How could this be? Wasn't Su Yu's greatest reliance the death deity? However, the death deity had not come out for a long time and had no time for this battle, so he had the courage to rebel. It turned out that he was relying on Chaos Beast. Roar. 9 shocking roars radiated, like tigers opening an iron cage, and rushed into the gods of the world of divine remains. The gods of the world of divine remains were already injured. How could they have the strength to deal with the terrible chaos? They had no intention of fighting. Their faces changed dramatically, and they fled as if a disaster was imminent. However, not long after they escaped, a god whose body had been smashed, with only his soul left, was thrown to the ground by chaos and torn to pieces. The other 5 gods were also caught up and entangled by chaos of varying numbers. The all-access merchant god and the Sheng deity looked at each other. The Sheng deity stayed to protect Su Yu, the commander, while the all-access merchant god sneered coldly and appeared like a ghost. Every palm could seriously injure the fleeing gods, so that they no longer had the power to resist and were buried in the mouth of chaos. In the blink of an eye, another 3 gods had fallen. The heavens wept blood, and the whole world mourned. The whole world of divine remains was raining blood, and the scene was spectacular. Then, another one fell. Lord Feather God, I was wrong. Please take me in again. I am willing to do anything. The pirate deity, who was surrounded by 3 chaos beasts, was filled with boundless remorse. Why did he not persist? The turning point was clearly in front of him. Suyu did not speak. He just gave the chaos beasts a few looks, and they rushed up fiercely and devoured the pirate deity. The 5th god fell, and the world of the pirate deity, which was on the verge of destruction, was also raining blood. Then, it was the wolf deity. The all-access merchant god cast great magical powers, and the wolf deity was unable to deal with it. He was repeatedly seriously injured and vomited blood. More than half of his divine blood and celestial source origin were scattered by the all-access merchant god. Book deity, come and help me. The wolf deity roared and looked at the book deity. For some reason, the chaos beasts chased and bit everyone but the book deity. Roar. Chapter 1196. Finally, he got to see the exciting scene of the chaos beasts devouring humans. The sky calmed down, but the pungent smell of blood lingered for a long time. Apart from the god of death and the god of doom's cavern world that had already been destroyed, all of the 7 major cavern worlds in the world of divine remains were covered in a rain of blood. 7 deities fell at the same time, causing a rain of blood to overflow, turning into a flood that drowned the earth and wiped out all living things. Even without Suyu and the others' help, the cavern world was already on the verge of destruction. Even if there were some strong cultivators who wanted to escape, they would have to ask Suyu's permission first. The 9 chaos beasts returned and wandered around Suyu excitedly for a while. Then, they raised their heads and looked at the formation. Although they were not directly summoned by the formation, they were used by Suyu and would be sent back to the demon dimension by the formation. Stroking their heads, Suyu said, I hope we will meet again. He thought to himself, I probably won't have a chance to see him in the near future. Suyu had used up half of the glittering jewel demonic god's divine blood to barely summon them, and because of the close distance, they were summoned first. In the future, unless they met face to face again, even a true demon god might not be able to summon them. Soon, the array formation lit up and sent the 9 chaos beasts back to the demon world. The battle was coming to an end, and the Shung deity was relieved. She came to the front of the 9 demons god sealing ring and studied it for a while to figure out the principle of this broken emperor-based saint artifact. Then, she took out a fiery red hairpin from her hair. It looked ordinary and seemed to be carved from a tree branch. The Shung deity held the hairpin in her hand and nailed it into the 9 demon god sealing ring. A shocking scene appeared. The emperor-based saint artifact that was in the middle of operating was forcefully stopped. Suyu was secretly shocked. It was not uncommon for the first few deities of the Great Eastern Alliance to possess an emperor-based saint artifact, but this was the first time he had seen it. Although the hairpin was not an offensive emperor-based saint weapon and was ranked at the bottom among emperor-based saint weapons, its power would be multiplied if it was put to use. An emperor-based saint artifact that can forcefully break a magical treasure? Suyu was lost in thought. The 9 demons god sealing ring was removed, and the demonic crows inside it dispersed. The Alliance gods, who had been forced into a perilous situation, walked out with bitter expressions. There were a total of 7 gods. Although there were no casualties, most of their physical bodies had been destroyed, and their souls had suffered varying degrees of damage. There were even some who had serious problems with their god origin. Even if they could keep their god positions, their divine power would be greatly reduced, and their strength would be greatly reduced. Thank you, Saint God. Thank you, Sacred God. The Shung deity's face was as cold as frost as she stared at them. You should thank the Feather God the most. If he didn't have a backup plan, just based on your reckless advance, it would be enough to kill all of us. Her words were merciless. Who said Suyu is an ignorant boy? Who said Suyu is from the world of divine remains? Who said he will be tortured after the great battle? I don't need to name you one by one. Stand up and apologize to the Feather God. She was really angry. The favorable situation had been completely destroyed by them, so much so that they had fallen into a trap. If Suyu had not been in isolation for a month and secretly prepared this backup plan that no one would have thought of, The Great Eastern Alliance would be the one crying blood and mourning for the rest of their life. The group of gods was reprimanded to the point that their faces turned red. It had been many years since they had been reprimanded like this. Furthermore, the reprimand left them speechless. Feather God, this deity, no, I. The deities stepped forward, their faces filled with shame. They bowed and apologized one by one. Suyu interrupted them and waved his hand. Deities, you don't have to do this. After all, I'm just a junior. It's my fault for not resolving the misunderstanding in time. When he said this, the deities felt even more ashamed. Suyu had been in isolation for a month. Wasn't he preparing for this backup plan? On the other hand, they complained incessantly, not knowing Suyu's good intentions. Now, not only did Suyu not blame them, but he also took the responsibility himself. His magnanimity really made them feel ashamed and sincerely admire him. Before this, they only regarded Suyu as a substitute deity. To be honest, it was difficult for them to have a sense of identity as a peer. After this incident, they sincerely agreed with him. Feather God, in the future, if you have any requests in the alliance, I, Luotian, will never frown. Me too, I will repay you for saving my life. From today on, Feather God is the benefactor of the family of the Mountain God. Feather God, you and I are neighbors. It happens that I have a beautiful and well-behaved granddaughter of the direct line of descent. Why don't you marry her? You and I will become friends through marriage and we will become friends. What do you think? Hey, old monster Ying, you are cheating people again. Your granddaughter is as fierce as a female yaksha. She is not even as good as my direct line of descent. Feather God, I won't say anything more. My granddaughter will be handed over to you in the future. Hey, your direct line of descent granddaughter with a crooked mouth and squinting eyes dare to compare with my baby? Don't you have any shame? Hey, what are you looking at? What's wrong with me looking at you? Why don't you try again? I'll try. If you look at me again, I'll cut you. I'll cut you. I'll cut you. Suyu blushed with shame. Swoosh. The all-access merchant god returned, holding a book in his hand. His face was slightly gloomy. The book god is playing tricks again. He did not go to the battlefield himself, but used a book as an incarnation to deceive the gods of the world of divine remains. Hearing this, the quarreling gods quieted down and said, "This damn book god, he is really cunning. How did he manage to escape?" Escaped? That's not necessarily true. Suyu showed an unfathomable smile. Let's go, everyone, let's watch a good show of love and killing each other. On a bookshelf in the wolf god's mansion, a book floated down and turned into a person. It was the book god. He frowned and frowned slightly. I can't believe this didn't work on Suyu and the Alliance god. The world of divine remains can no longer stay, we have to enter the demon world first, the book god said indifferently. However, as soon as the voice fell, a violent and cold sneer appeared. The demon world? The underworld is more suitable for you. Swish. A pitch-black god with a ferocious expression appeared. Rakshasa god. Didn't you die? Even the book deity, who was usually calm, was taken aback. The Rakshasa god sneered. You must be very disappointed, book god. He opened his clothes, and a 9-colored mark could be seen on his chest. It was the mark condensed by the 9 gods. With this mark, the 9 gods could control the death of the Rakshasa god with a single thought. They had also used this mark on the Doom God, but unfortunately, the Doom God brought about his own destruction. The Alliance God spared your life to deal with me, the Book God said in a deep voice. He never expected that the Alliance God, no, Suyu, had already anticipated this scene and controlled the Rakshasa God to deal with him. With such a watertight arrangement, the Book God was finally willing to look at Suyu, not losing to his wisdom. Turning his eyes, the Book God said, Rakshasa God, listen to me. I didn't mean to use you. If you listen to my arrangements, you will definitely be able to dissolve the mark. I am the Book God, and I have all the knowledge in the world. There is nothing I can't do. Who knew, after he said this, the mark on the Rakshasa God's chest flashed violently, and it looked like it was about to attack. The Rakshasa God looked up to the sky and laughed with pity and sympathy. Book God, you have no idea what kind of existence you are fighting with. He can even predict what you will say at this moment. Once you say this, the mark will be activated immediately. I don't want to die, but I have to die. What? The book god's face changed slightly. His words turned out to be the key to activating the mark. This Suyu, who the hell is he? Book God, you have hurt me to this point. I can't kill Suyu for revenge, but I can kill you for revenge. The Rakshasa god's eyes were blood red. Don't ask me if I am willing to be used by Suyu. I only know that I can kill an enemy. Ah! With a roar, the Rakshasa god attacked. The book god was known for his wisdom. His strength was not too high, and it was impossible for him to be the opponent of the fourth-ranked Rakshasa god. After a fight, the book god was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. After another fight, the book god's body exploded, and his divine body was about to collapse. The book god had lost his former calmness and was beaten by the Rakshasa god. It was hateful that he had a body of wisdom that could be used to devise strategies and decide a victory thousands of miles away, but it was useless. Gritting his teeth, the book god threw out a book. The pages of the book opened, and suddenly, dense divine paths emerged from it. There was the divine path of the all-access merchant god, the divine path of the Shung deity, the divine path of the sword god, and even the divine path of the first god, Dakini. Although it was not as powerful as the divine path exerted by the book god, it contained more than half of the power. Coupled with the large number, it actually blocked the Rakshasa god. Using the book god's treasure house to steal the divine paths of many gods. Humph. That's all you've got. The Rakshasa god sneered, not putting the many divine paths in her eyes at all. She smashed them one by one, approaching the book god step by step. In the end, even the divine path of the Dakini was smashed by the Rakshasa god. Book god, go to hell with me. The Rakshasa god grinned, and the 9-color mark on her chest rotated rapidly. The divine power in the Rakshasa god's body seemed to be ignited, boiling rapidly. The book god's face changed dramatically. This was the self-destruction of the gods, which compressed the divine power of the whole body into a point and suddenly erupted, forming an unparalleled explosion with great lethality. Unless the divine power was higher than the Rakshasa god, there was no escape. In terms of divine power, the book god was far inferior to the Rakshasa god. Boom! The divine light exploded, forming destructive radiation waves that swept across the wolf deity cavern world, turning all the creatures along the way into dust. The entire wolf deity cavern world was submerged in a golden light. The wolf deity cavern world, which was already on the verge of collapse, was completely reduced to ruins. Cough, cough, however, in the ruins of the wolf deity's mansion, a middle-aged man with tattered clothes emerged, his body surface covered with broken books. Each book was a cavern world. At the critical moment of the earth-shattering explosion, the book god destroyed hundreds of books in the cavern world to successfully block the power of the self-destruction. Even so, his cavern world was almost destroyed, and the precious secrets stored in it were completely destroyed. The book god's face was unprecedentedly gloomy. He had always schemed against others, but today, he was schemed against by a young man in his early 20s. Suyu, I will make you die a horrible death. With a low roar, the book god's eyes burned with deep hatred. Oh, I'm afraid you will have to wait until your next life to realize it. Swoosh. Chapter 1197. The book deity suddenly looked up and met Suyu's smiling eyes. The book deity's heart sank. The all-access merchant god, the Shung deity, the sword deity, and others looked at Suyu, who was very different from the image of the past. They couldn't help but sigh. It was unexpected that a gentleman famous for his wisdom would end up like this. However, they did not intend to be merciful. Book deity, for the sake of the former alliance, kill yourself, the all-access merchant god said indifferently. The book deity looked up at the 9 gods, knowing that there was no place to escape. He smiled bitterly. You win. I, the book deity, have been clever all my life, but I was defeated by you. I am really not reconciled. If Suyu had come to the Great Eastern Alliance 10 years later, the book deity would have given all the secrets of the gods to the demon race. The Great Eastern Alliance would have been destroyed long ago, and he would have become a great hero of the demon race. Unfortunately, after Suyu came to the Great Eastern Alliance, everything went in the worst direction until today. The gods did not speak, staring coldly at the book deity, waiting for him to kill himself. Suyu frowned slightly. Everyone, it is better for you to do it. The book deity is cunning. Don't let him escape. The gods looked at each other and finally looked at the all-access merchant god. He sighed, his face cold and solemn. Well, I will personally send you on your way, and I will not let you down. Ha ha ha. Alliance gods, don't you know that the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? A familiar woman's voice fell into his ears. Suyu's face changed slightly, and he suddenly looked back. A looming white-haired figure appeared. Glittering jewel mortal fairy. The all-access merchant god and the Shung deity frowned. Demon race. They saw the huge 9 demons god sealing ring floating closer, and a white-haired figure stood on the ring. Humph, a little peak mortal fairy from the demon race, how dare you appear in front of me? The sword deity's face was cold, and the long sword behind him turned into a ray of divine light, piercing the chest of the glittering jewel mortal fairy. Strangely, the 9 demons god sealing ring seemed to be protecting it, generating a demonic energy on its own, blocking the sword light. You haven't sacrificed a living being, so how are you able to control the 9 demons god sealing ring? Finally, the Alliance god realized something was amiss. The wolf deity and the others had sacrificed the Doom deity's cavern world to activate this damaged emperor-based saint artifact. Now that the cavern world was broken, there was no sacrifice to be made. How did the glittering jewel mortal fairy activate it? The glittering jewel mortal fairy's eyes turned cold. Ha ha ha. The 9 demons god sealing ring originally belonged to the devil race. Otherwise, how could the first god of the land of the gods have been so lucky to discover its existence and use it as a foundation to establish the land of the gods? It turned out that the establishment of the world of divine remains also had the shadow of the devil race. So what? You, a puny demon, did not hide after seeing the Alliance deity, but instead showed yourself. The Shung deity was as cold as ice. A red hairpin spun in her palm, and she thrust it out. As an emperor-based saint weapon, this hairpin could forcibly stop the operation of other emperor-based saint weapons. After breaking the demonic ring, a mere glittering jewel mortal fairy could be killed by their willpower alone. However, the flying hairpin was suddenly intercepted by a divine light. It was a snow-white, frost-like palm, which was no different from a human's, except that it was colorless and as pale as a piece of paper, revealing a gloomy aura. The palm grasped the hairpin casually, and then the figure was revealed. The devil race deity. The Shung deity was shocked. Suyu fixed his eyes on it, and his pupils shrank slightly. Unlike the Alliance deities, who were covered with divine light all year round, the devil race deity appeared directly in his original form. It was a young man with handsome features, but his whole body was pale. His skin, hair, and eyebrows were all pale. Only a pair of eyes were like red gems, shining with a scorching brilliance. The pale man had a graceful temperament. He grabbed the hairpin casually and smiled indifferently. Emperor-based saint weapon, Shenlan divine hairpin, the inherited emperor-based saint weapon of the Shung deity. Well, it's a perfect gift for the Rosy Cloud's fairy concubine. The pale man put the hairpin in his arms, and then turned his head to look at Suyu and the others calmly, with a faint smile on his face. Rosy Cloud's fairy concubine? Suyu's heart shook fiercely. Tianjizi had given Suyu 2 last wishes, one of which was to send a message to the Rosy Cloud's fairy concubine. Rosy Cloud's fairy concubine, Rosy Cloud's fairy concubine, were they the same person? This was the first time he had heard such news, and Suyu couldn't help but pay attention. But the more important thing in front of him was the pale demon who suddenly appeared. Except for the extremely strange skin, this person was no different from a human being. Where did the devil race deity come from? Why was there no sign? My emperor-based saint weapon. The Shung deity's face changed, and she was about to snatch it, but the merchant god held her shoulder. Her face had become extremely ugly, and it was no better than when she almost died in the mouth of chaos. Facing the angry eyes of the Shung deity, The all-access merchant god's eyes did not leave the pale youth. Don't act rashly, he is the seventh son of the demon emperor, you are no match for him. The son of the demon emperor? The alliance deity gasped. The strength of the demon emperor was like a shadow that shrouded the hearts of the gods. The legendary strongest man of the Xing River. His children were said to be extremely brave and fierce. The seventh prince was one of them. Although he was not the most powerful among the princes and princesses, he was enough to rank in the top 3, and judging from the situation in which he had fought, his strength was comparable to that of the Dakini. In a real fight, the Xing deity could not last more than 100 moves. Oh, you are the all-access merchant god, aren't you? The seventh prince smiled faintly and said, I have heard of you, the second-ranked god of the Great Eastern Alliance. I have heard of your name for a long time, but I did not expect to meet you here. The all-access merchant god took a breath. I did not expect to meet the son of the demon emperor in the world of divine remains. It was not easy to destroy the world of divine remains, but the prince of the demon race appeared. The seventh prince said with his hands behind his back, Oh, you came uninvited and destroyed the world of divine remains. I can't turn a blind eye. As he spoke, a murderous intent suddenly flashed. The all-access merchant god's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, Luo Shen, you go to the port immediately to find a usable warship. The other gods will attack together, and do not leave anything behind. Whoosh. The identity of the seventh prince of the demon race had indeed frightened them. Luo Shen teleported to the port without saying a word. After experiencing the destruction of the cavern world just now, he did not know if there were any intact warships left to cross the galaxy. The seventh prince smiled faintly and waved his hand. A pale aura, like a sharp edge, penetrated the void and went straight to Luo Shen. Luo Shen had a premonition of danger behind him. He waved his sleeves again and again, and 3 imitation Imperial Saint artifacts in the shape of small cauldrons appeared, inverting the pale aura. The 3 cauldrons superimposed and easily suppressed the aura. With a buffer, Luo Shen took advantage of this opportunity to teleport. However, the overlapping small cauldrons suddenly cracked, and a dark crack appeared. At a more rapid speed, they turned into a pale blade and cut Luo Shen in half. Be careful. The all-access merchant god shouted and teamed up with the Xing deity to teleport. Together, they operated the divine path to offset the pale blade. The seventh prince was just a casual attack, but the all-access merchant god and the Xing deity had to use no less than 30% of their strength. The expressions of the two were very ugly. The seventh prince was stronger than the rumors said. Let's attack together. The all-access merchant god shouted, and the 6 gods who rushed over attacked together. In an instant, the divine paths of the heavens collided again. The difference was that at this moment, it was the divine path of the demon clan that collided with the divine paths of the 8 of them. Rub. The invisible battle alarmed the Xing River. The land of the gods, which was already fragmented and on the verge of collapse, could no longer withstand the battle between the gods. Rumble. In the endless roar, the land of the gods completely collapsed and fell into a dead silence, except for the cavern world of the god of death. Oh, interesting. The seventh prince laughed. He was not afraid, but his fighting spirit was awe-inspiring. He fought against 8 gods alone, and they were equally matched. The alliance gods were more and more frightened. This man was too terrible. If the 8 of them had not joined forces, they would not have survived in the hands of this person. Fortunately, Luo Shen sent a message that a large enough warship had been found, enough for all of them, including Su Yu and Sheng Yuanshan, the 2 juniors who could not cross the Xing River, to board the ship. After receiving the message, the 8 gods fought and retreated to the port. As long as they waited for the warship, they would be safe. In the Xing River, even the gods could not teleport. In terms of speed, they were not as fast as the Divine Bone ship. They were no match for the seventh prince at all. Moreover, they always had doubts in their hearts. Where did he come from? The seventh prince strolled leisurely, not in a hurry to catch up, as if he was not worried at all that they would escape. Soon, the 2 sides moved to the port. Luo Shen had already controlled a warship and was waiting for the gods. The all-access merchant god's eyes lit up, and he was about to send a message for everyone to board the ship quickly. Suddenly, the huge nine demons god sealing ring emitted demonic energy, and a huge vortex formed inside the ring. The center of the vortex led to a dark area. It seemed that the ring had the ability to teleport between the two worlds. The glittering jewel mortal fairy had been staring at Suyu with a faint smile. If you are in the Alliance, I can't do anything to you, but in the land of the gods, it is really a dead end. Boom! Another shocking demonic power broke out, and it came from the central vortex of the nine demons god sealing ring. A sweet laughter came. Seventh brother, it seems that you are not strong enough. Swish! A slender girl with purple hair and green eyes slowly floated out of the vortex. The girl's skin was white and slightly red. Her green eyes were exceptionally bright, and her facial features were delicate and exquisite. She wore a black and white dress, which made her look more mysterious and noble. When they first saw this woman, they thought she was a human. If she hadn't called him seventh brother and revealed her identity as the daughter of the demon emperor, no one would have believed that such a beautiful purple-haired girl would be a demon who was famous for her ferociousness. The sixth princess. The all-access merchant god's pupils shrank fiercely, and his face showed horror. That abandoned emperor-based saint artifact is actually a giant transmission portal. This thing must have been deliberately arranged by the demon race to facilitate the royal family of the demon race to teleport over at any time. When necessary, they could immediately control the land of the gods and let the gods in it serve them. Although the strength of the sixth princess was not as high as that of the seventh prince, she was also a powerful god who was not inferior to the Dakini. The seventh prince alone suppressed them to the point that they could hardly breathe, and now there was the sixth princess, Iro. You want to leave? That won't do. You have destroyed the land of the gods. Father is very angry, and he must catch you and bring you back to punish you. The sixth princess smiled sweetly. Chapter 1198. In the blink of an eye, an alliance god's body was smashed, and only his divine soul escaped back to the ship. A prince and a princess. They weren't people that the alliance gods could stand against. Seeing that the situation was critical, the all-access merchant god yelled, "You go first, I will delay." If they delayed, no one could survive. If they sacrificed him, they could still buy a short time for them, even if his fate was even more terrible. But as the second leader of the alliance, the all-access merchant god had long been mentally prepared for this day. The Shung deity gritted her teeth. "Come with me." The rest of the gods showed reluctance and sadness, gradually withdrawing from the battlefield and flying to the bone ship. The seventh prince's face was dull, and the sixth princess showed a smile. "So great, no wonder you can fight against the devil race in the galaxy for many years, but you may not be able to buy enough time." A cold light flashed, and the sixth princess's palm condensed a strange blood that was half black and half gold, turning into a black and white fog shadow, and instantly hit the all-access merchant god's chest. Half a pound of yellow blood, at the moment of the bombardment, entered the chest of the all-access merchant god. Suddenly, the all-access merchant god's body sprayed a thick demonic energy, and his eyes gradually changed color. Sharp horns grew on his head, and his face gradually became hideous. There were signs of becoming a devil. "They want to transform me into a devil. Shung deity, after you go back, tell the alliance gods that I, the all-access merchant god, have not let you down." The all-access merchant god smiled sadly. As a royal family of the devil world, he had the special ability to transform other gods into devil gods. Although after being transformed, the strength would fall to the realm of the middle and late quasi-gods, there were many gods of other races who had been transformed in this way. After the transformation, the gods would be loyal to the person who transformed them and become the enemy of the alliance. This was something that the all-access merchant god absolutely could not tolerate. With a bitter smile, the divine power in his body boiled wildly before it was transformed into the power of the devil god. The corner of the sixth princess's mouth was a little angry. "You don't know what's good for you. That was enough to destroy your god source origin, and you are still not satisfied to work for me." The seventh prince smiled and said nothing. He did not stop the self-destruction of the all-access merchant god. Unless he was willing to stop, it would be difficult for outsiders to stop him. All-access merchant god. On the ship, the Shung deity and the others cried out in grief. The parting of life and death had come too suddenly and completely. They were not prepared at all. They had successfully destroyed such a dangerous place as the world of divine remains, but at the last moment, the all-access merchant god had fallen. Don't worry about me. Take advantage of my self-destruction to hold them back. You go quickly. The all-access merchant god roared, and the divine power in his body boiled to the extreme. But at this moment, a figure rose from the ship, flew behind the all-access merchant god, and put a palm behind him. Stop quickly. The demonization is not irreversible. The all-access merchant god was shocked and said, Suyu, you are crazy. Quickly return to the ship and leave immediately. Even if what Suyu said was true and the demonization was irreversible, it was impossible for him to defeat the two members of the royal family of the demon clan. Alas, things haven't reached the last step yet. Why should we sacrifice ourselves? Suyu's Milky Way star sand could already absorb the power of deities. The divine blood of the sixth princess was naturally among them. Hey! The sixth princess did not care about a small all-creations human, but she was surprised to find that the divine blood in the body of the all-access merchant god had been separated, and the all-access merchant god, who was about to be demonized, had returned to his original state. The seventh prince's eyes flashed. This human is interesting. Well, the all-access merchant god will be given to my sister, and I will demonize this human boy. No. I've changed my mind. I want him too. The bright green eyes of the sixth princess flashed. Whether or not they could reverse their demonization, even the all-access merchant god himself could not do it. It could be seen that Suyu's value was above the all-access merchant god. The sixth princess was not stupid. Let's see who gets it first. The seventh prince chuckled. Like a phantom teleportation, he heard a collision midway. It was the sixth princess who intercepted him, and then the sixth princess laughed and grabbed Suyu. The seventh prince was not to be outdone and intercepted her in the air. The princes and princesses originally came to catch them, but they ended up fighting over Suyu instead. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the all-access merchant god turned his eyes and teleported with Suyu to the ship. The Shang deity saw the opportunity and immediately urged the warship to slide into the Xing River. The seventh prince and the sixth princess had to stop. "Mph, let's get rid of these flies first before we fight with you." The sixth princess snorted, her face turned cold, and she teleported to the warship. The seventh prince nodded and immediately teleported to the warship. In the end, they failed to escape and had to use the warship as a battlefield to face these two terrible existences at the same time. I think it's useless to persuade you to surrender. In that case, let's abolish your divine bodies first. The sixth princess sneered and attacked with a killing move. The seventh prince also attacked at this time. With the two working together, it would be easy to slaughter them. At the critical moment, Suyu frowned and whispered, "God of death, if you don't attack now, when will you?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was an invisible and extremely uncomfortable feeling of oppression. Even the seventh prince and the sixth princess couldn't help but stop, and their faces were slightly dignified. God of death. Swish, under a ray of compassionate Buddha's light, an old monk with his hands clasped together walked out and stared at the warship. Demon World's seventh prince, sixth princess, can you give me some face and let them go? The god of death spoke gently. The seventh prince stared at the god of death and did not speak. The sixth princess raised her eyebrows. God of death, you are the guardian of the land of the gods. Not only did you sit back and watch the land of the gods be destroyed, but you also helped them escape. Do you want to be enemies with the demon world? The god of death still looked aloof and indifferent. Sixth princess, I have a deal with them first. Before the deal is completed, they can't die. A deal? The seventh prince and the sixth princess frowned deeply. The deal of the god of death was famous for being a man of his word. Once the deal was made, the god of death would execute it, no matter how great the price was. Not to mention the demon prince and the demon princess, even if the demon emperor himself came, he might not be able to change the god of death's mind. The all-access merchant god and the Shang deity's eyes flickered. A deal? When did they make a deal with the god of death? It was Suyu. Thinking back to when they destroyed the land of the gods, The most terrible god of death had always stood by and watched. There must be a reason for this. However, what did Suyu trade with the god of death? The sixth princess rolled her eyes and nodded gently. Well, since the god of death has come forward, we will no longer make things difficult for you. Goodbye. The seventh prince and the sixth princess returned to the nine demons' god sealing ring side by side, jumped into the vortex, and left the world. Watching them leave, the gods breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts were still tense. They had sent away the two demon royal families, but there was an even more terrible god of death in front of them. A god second only to the demon emperor, an unparalleled god. What kind of deal did Suyu reach with the god of death that the god of death did not hesitate to sit back and watch the destruction of the land of the gods and offend the demon world? Don't forget your deal, the god of death said indifferently and turned back to the cavern world of the gate of hell. The all-access merchant god and the Shang deity were secretly surprised. Was the god of death coming forward to protect them not considered a deal? Suyu, what kind of deal did you reach with the god of death? He did not hesitate to pay such a big price. Could it be that your previous deal was unusually huge? The all-access merchant god said. Suyu nodded. Yes, the deal is very huge and very amazing. Once it is said, I will immediately become the public enemy of the Great Eastern Alliance, but I believe that what I did was not wrong. After such a tortuous experience, how could the gods not trust Suyu? Just say it, we will support you. The all-access merchant god said. He believed that Suyu would not do anything that would harm the alliance. Suyu took a breath and said, our deal is, at this moment, suddenly, the nine demons' god sealing ring erupted with earth-shattering demonic energy, and the aura of the seventh prince and the sixth princess suddenly reappeared. Two powerful figures, with the speed of lightning, quickly descended, grabbed Suyu together, and teleported back to the nine demons' god sealing ring. It was only a moment, and the all-access merchant god and the others were caught off guard. Only then did they realize that they had been taken away. They roared and chased after them. On the nine demons' god sealing ring, the figures of the seventh prince and the sixth princess flashed in an instant, but they did not hesitate and immediately jumped into the vortex. At this time, they only heard a snort, and a boundless giant palm densely covered with Buddha's light covered the sky, crossed the sky, and slammed into the nine demons' god sealing ring. The faces of the seventh prince and the sixth princess changed at the same time, and they fought together. However, as soon as they came into contact, the two were shocked. Under the power of the giant palm, the two of them were easily injured like children. Seeing that they were about to be crushed by the god of death under this palm, suddenly, another overbearing and magnificent divine power rushed out of the vortex. It was accompanied by an indifferent voice that looked down on the common people. God of death, attacking my child, do you not put me in your eyes? Bang! The two collided, and a powerful and unparalleled shock broke out, as if even time and space had been disrupted. In the invisible sky, the broken chain flashed clearly. That was the law of heaven. Moreover, the fight between the two had caused a change in a section of the chain. The vortex in the center of the nine demons' god sealing ring had also undergone a drastic change, and it suddenly expanded 100 times, swallowing everything nearby, including the glittering jewel mortal fairy, and even the book deity. Swoosh! The god of death appeared, and the compassion in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a dignified look. He stared at the center of the closed vortex, and said in a deep voice, the law of space has changed, and I don't know where Suyu will be sent to. In his opinion, if he fell into the hands of the seventh prince and the sixth princess, it might be a blessing in misfortune. If he fell into the wilderness, it would be a narrow escape from death. When the all-access merchant god and the Shang deity rushed over, the nine demons' god sealing ring had stopped operating, and Suyu was swallowed into the ring. He fell into the demon world. The Shang deity's face was pale, and Shang Yuanshan could not help but tremble slightly. A creature that was not a demon had entered the demon world. What would happen to him? Chapter 1199. After an unknown period of time, Suyu was struck by the upheaval of the law of space and fainted. In his coma, Suyu faintly perceived an anxious urging, and at the same time, a strong pressure came from his chest. In a daze, Suyu opened his eyes. The Milky Way star sand transformed by the crane deity anxiously and urgently reminded Suyu to wake up quickly. Master, wake up quickly, your body can't bear it anymore. Suyu found that the other half of his body had lost consciousness. Turning his head to look, he was shocked to find that the other half of his body was gone. It was all thanks to the Heart of Eternity that constantly released the power of life to repair the body quickly. But just as the repair was completed, a black tide came and drowned half of Suyu's body. Then there was boundless pain. The half of his body that was drowned by the tide was directly corroded. Suyu's heart shuddered. After his body was repaired, he immediately flew away from the terrible black tide. Only then did Suyu realize that he was standing in front of a black ocean. The whole sea was boundless. The sea was full of dark seawater, emitting an amazing smell of corrosion. If Suyu's whole body fell into the corrosive sea, he would have died silently. Thinking of this, Suyu broke out in a cold sweat. Where is this? What is this black sea in front of me? But before Suyu could think carefully, two tyrannical auras came quickly from the continent behind him. Looking from afar, it was two tall demons with white hair and purple lips. The cultivation of both of them, without exception, had reached the level of peak mortal fairy. Demons. This is the demon realm, Suyu murmured, saying a guess that he couldn't believe. Recalling the scene before the upheaval of the law of space, when the 7th prince and the 6th princess captured Suyu and put him in front of the 9 demons' god-sealing ring, Suyu was more certain that he had fallen into the demon realm. Moreover, because of the chaos of the law of space, Suyu, who should have been captured by them, was transported to a strange place. He didn't know whether to say that he was lucky or unlucky. However, the two demons came, and Suyu just happened to ask them. It's a foreign creature. The two strong demons came quickly and said in surprise. Why did he appear in the bitter sea? Is he a slave of some demon master who ran away? The two demons conversed in the demon language and stared at Suyu with unkind eyes. Capture him, bring him back to the city, and hand him over to the city lord. Humph. A slave who dares to escape will definitely not have a good ending. That, dare I ask the two demon brothers, this is my first time here, so I need to ask you some questions. I hope you won't hesitate to enlighten me. The demon on the left sneered, is he a lunatic? Poof. As soon as he finished speaking, a golden arrow shot out from Suyu's palm and nailed his body to the ground. The demon on the right side was shocked, but before he could do anything, 9 silver swords pierced through his body and nailed him to the ground. The two peak mortal fairies were horrified. Who was this guy? A mere all-creation peak mortal fairy was able to subdue them so easily. Seriously, wouldn't it have been better if you had just been obedient? Why did you have to lie down to be obedient? Suyu shook his head. He didn't feel that there was any ambiguity in his words at all. Is this the demon dimension? Suyu asked. The two demons were stunned. It was as if someone was having breakfast when a stranger suddenly asked, "Is this the Earth?" Nodding blankly, the two looked at him as if they were looking at an alien. Yes, this is the demon dimension. Yes, the demon dimension. Where is this the demon dimension? What is this black ocean in front of us? He is really an alien. This is the eastern city-state under the rule of the 9th princess. The border of Seawatch City is also the border of the demon dimension. The bitter sea is the bitter sea of the demon dimension. It is also the border of the demon dimension. Tell me in detail, what is the origin of the bitter sea? How big is it? What is the place on the other side? Suyu fell into the demon dimension. Naturally, he had to find a way to leave as soon as possible. Ah! The two looked at each other, but when they realized that they were talking to an alien, they felt relieved. The Sea of Bitterness has existed since the birth of the demon realm. It is boundless, and not even the gods can resist the water of the Sea of Bitterness. Any ship made of materials cannot travel in the Sea of Bitterness. It will be corroded immediately. Moreover, there is a powerful restriction in the sky above the Sea of Bitterness. Even the gods cannot fly or teleport in the sky above the Sea of Bitterness. As for what is on the other side, the demon emperors don't know, let alone us. There is such a place. Logically speaking, the demon dimension is also a cavern world. However, It is a very big cavern world. Since it is a cavern world, how can such a bitter sea exist? Oh, if you are the first demon emperor, you will know that he is the only holy demon. Holy demon? This was the second time Su heard this name. The holy demon summoning technique that he practiced had this name. Could the holy demon be the first demon emperor? Since this world was created by the holy demon, he should know the origin of the bitter sea. But why didn't he tell his descendants? Well, since the other side is not the exit of the demon dimension, I should ask about something else. Well, do you know how to leave the demon dimension? Leave? Is there any other place in the world besides the demon dimension? The two strong demons were stunned. Wait, don't they know that there is a wider star river outside the demon dimension? How big is the demon dimension? Well, who is your leader? Where is he? Our leader is the carefree demon master, one of the 81 demon masters under the jurisdiction of Seawatch City. He is in charge of managing the nearby villages and towns. He is a very powerful demon master. The only way to get out of the demon dimension was to ask the higher level demons. However, Su also knew that if he barged in with his current identity, he would immediately be attacked by the demons. After thinking for a while, a drop of blood that was half gold and half black appeared in Su's palm. This was the essence blood of the sixth princess. If it was injected into the body, it could turn a person into a demon and make him loyal to the sixth princess. After thinking for a while, Su injected the demon blood into his own body. All of a sudden, Su's appearance changed dramatically. A pair of black sharp horns appeared on his forehead. His face changed slightly. His lips turned purple and his eyes reddened slightly. Overall, he did not change much, just like the glittering jewel mortal fairy. With the Milky Way star sand, Su could easily control the extent of the transformation of his body by the divine blood. He could also separate the demon blood at any time. It would not turn Su into a demon, let alone change his mind and make him a slave of the sixth princess. People like Su, who did not have obvious demon characteristics, were demons transformed from other races. Such demons occupied the majority of the demon dimension. Pure demons were very rare, less than 1% of the population. They were the real masters of the demon dimension and had a supreme status. Therefore, such a change could not be more normal. In fact, if Su completely controlled the divine blood and kept his human form, he would be a member of the royal family with the breath of the royal blood. The sixth princess would be a complete human form. However, a member of the royal family appeared in such a remote place. Even a fool could see the problem. Therefore, it was more appropriate to disguise as an ordinary demon. The two demons were dumbfounded as they watched Su's transformation in disbelief. When they were transformed from non-demon creatures, they went through a painful process of decades, but the person in front of them, it's the divine blood of the royal family. He is a servant of the royal family. The two demons finally realized. Su smiled lightly. Next, I will have to trouble the two of you to lead the way and take me to see your demon master. The two demons had no choice but to agree. Gurgle. When Su was about to set off, he suddenly heard the sound of bubbles. He could not help but turn his head and look at the bitter sea behind him. In the bitter sea, a huge pillar that was thousands of feet thick slowly emerged. It rose from the bitter sea and went straight to the sky. It was tens of thousands of feet long. A pillar had actually emerged from the sea of bitterness. Didn't you say that no material can withstand the erosion of the bitter sea? What is that thing? Su asked. The two demons were recovering from their injuries. When Su reminded them, they looked at the bitter sea. It was just a casual glance. However, this glance scared the two of them out of their wits. Ah, it's the giant of the bitter sea. Run. The two demons were scared out of their wits. Their faces were pale, and they turned over and fled. Hey! Although Su did not know what the giant of the bitter sea was, the reaction of the two demons told him that it must be a terrible thing. Without hesitation, Su was faster than them. He fled far away in a flash. After escaping, Su turned his head and looked. A scene that shocked him appeared. It was not a pillar that stretched out, but a total of 5. That was not a pillar, but a huge palm. It was a palm that was 200,000 feet long. The part that was exposed before was only a small part of the middle finger that was higher than the other 4 fingers. As the bitter sea churned and separated, the huge palm slammed in front of it. In an instant, the entire Black Sea was divided into 2, revealing the bottom of the sea that was tens of millions of feet deep. At the bottom of the sea, the huge monster standing there made Suyu gasp again. The palm alone was 200,000 feet long, and the whole body was 2 million feet high. Suyu swore that it was the first time in his life that he had seen such a huge creature. It was a human-like creature, covered with black scales, with long black hair that covered its face. Only a pair of grey eyes could be seen, as if they were lifeless. However, the pair of pale eyes were moving, glancing at the 2 peak mortal fairies who fell behind and also fell on Suyu. The giant opened its gigantic mouth and sucked in a deep breath. Suddenly, a monstrous suction force pulled the continent apart. The 2 peak mortal fairies, because they fell behind, were hundreds of times stronger than Suyu. They were sucked into the giant's mouth in a roar of horror. Crunch! The giant chewed and made a very horrible sound from its mouth. Suyu was horrified. While the giant stopped to rest, he immediately summoned the tree god and said, "Let's go." "Hey, what's wrong with you? You asked such a delicate woman like me to come out, and you want me to leave immediately." The tree god chattered, but when she glanced at the huge giant behind her, she gasped and said, This is Chapter 1200. Giant of the Bitter Sea. The pretty face of the tree goddess was pale, and her eyes were full of fear. Go. Grabbing Suyu, the tree goddess teleported. With the power of the tree goddess, she might not be able to cross the entire demon realm, but it was more than enough to leave the Bitter Sea. At the moment when the tree goddess teleported, the grey eyes of the giant in the Bitter Sea emitted a grey light, covering the earth, including the tree goddess. Her divine power was blocked without warning, and her teleportation was forcibly interrupted. Her pretty face was dignified, and she changed her teleportation to flying. Her speed was also extremely fast. Creak. There was a metallic sound. Suyu turned his head and looked, and his pupils shrank. He saw that the huge giant had removed the black chain from his waist. It was tens of thousands of feet thick, and it was soaked with the bitter sea water. However, the chain showed no signs of corrosion, which showed that this thing was extraordinary. Staring at the tree goddess, the giant wrapped the chain in his hand. Suddenly, a majestic and unparalleled divine power rushed forward like thousands of horses. There was an illusion that no matter how hard he tried to avoid it, he couldn't avoid it. With the tree goddess as the center, the space within a radius of hundreds of thousands of feet suddenly solidified, and the shadow of the chain filled the space. Immediately afterward, the chain suddenly tightened. The tree goddess pushed Suyu away and smiled bitterly. It's over, this time it's over. Creak. The chain, which had covered a radius of 100,000 feet, suddenly tightened and wrapped around the waist of the tree goddess. If she hadn't pushed Suyu away, she would have been entangled with him. True body. The crystal eyes of the tree goddess closed, and her exquisite girl's body shone with divine light. From a girl's body, it quickly grew into an ancient tree as thick as a person, and it continued to expand, quickly reaching the thickness of 1,000,000 feet. However, the pitch-black chains that wrapped around his waist also grew as his body swelled. The giant of the Bitter Sea grabbed the ancient bronze giant tree with one hand and turned to walk into the depths of the Bitter Sea. The roots of the huge ancient bronze tree covered half of the cavern world. However, it was pulled up by the giant and gradually moved into the Bitter Sea. Although the ancient bronze tree continued to emit divine power and firmly grasped the continent, it was no obstacle for the giant of the Bitter Sea. Even the continent was taken up and moved into the deep sea. The magnificent scene made people shudder with fear. A bitter voice came from the ancient bronze tree. Suyu, I can't take it anymore. Since ancient times, I've been captured by the giant of the Bitter Sea. It's really hateful that you have so many treasures, but I didn't even get a single one of them. I can't accept this. At this moment, Suyu could not bring himself to laugh. Kai, there were 9 immortal swords that flickered with silver light on his back, and they slashed at the chains in unison. The sound of metal colliding resounded, but not a single crack appeared on the chains. Instead, The blade of the heavenly orchid silver bamboo sword showed signs of corrosion. Don't waste your energy. The chain of the giant of the bitter sea is an emperor-based saint artifact. A fairy artifact can't do anything to it. The tree goddess had been dragged to the seaside and was about to be pulled into the bitter sea. Even a deity would not be able to withstand the water of the sea of bitterness for long. Furthermore, with the giant eating 2 demons alive, would the tree goddess encounter such a situation after being dragged away? Suyu clenched his teeth as he withdrew the silver sword. He flew forward and activated the 5 elements mountain. He exerted the power of 5 elements to the greatest extent and smashed it down. Clang, the pitch-black chain shook fiercely and showed signs of loosening. The giant seemed to feel that the chain in his hand was getting heavier. He turned his head and glanced at it indifferently. Then, he increased his strength as if nothing had happened. With a loud cracking sound, the tree goddess's divine seal of pain was embedded into her body. Don't waste your energy anymore. Go quickly. The movement here is too big. There must be strong people coming. The tree goddess urged in pain, and her voice was intermittent. Suyu did not speak, but his heart was burning with anxiety. From the time they met until now, it was not a long time. However, the tree goddess could have left Suyu early in the morning, but she always stayed by his side and helped him whenever he was in trouble. He really couldn't do it. He could only watch her being eaten. Holding the 5 elements mountain in his hand, Suyu gritted his teeth and smashed it down again. The violent collision shook the bitter sea water on the chain and splashed on Suyu's body. Suddenly, his body was corroded, and bloody holes appeared one after another. The holes were so deep that his bones could be seen. Suyu was in so much pain that he took a deep breath. Although the eternal heart released the power of life to quickly repair his body, the pain did not go away for a long time. Suyu endured the pain and continued to smash it. Every time, his body was corroded by the bitter sea water, and his body was badly mutilated. The huge crown of the tree goddess rustled gently. She seemed to see the young man who tried to help her take out the evil fatal energy spear when she first met him. She was persistent, but helpless. Suyu. Because of the pain, the tree goddess even spoke intermittently. Her voice was indescribably gentle. She was touched and relieved. Thank you for letting me live for a few more years. I am very happy to meet you at the end of my life. Although it was a giant tree, Suyu seemed to be able to see her smile. A fresh and beautiful girl in a green dress said goodbye to him with tears in her eyes. As she spoke, her huge body was finally dragged into the bitter sea, and it began to rot rapidly from the roots. The tree goddess shook the branches in pain, and the light on her body was constantly flickering. However, Suyu could feel that her eyes were staring at him deeply. I once said, I will give you a gift when you break through to the mortal fairy. Now it seems that I can only give it to you in advance. Well, it's not too late. From the trunk of the tree goddess, a rice-sized brilliance flew out and floated between Suyu's eyebrows. Suyu was shocked. This is your inheritance. Generally speaking, the inheritance of the gods would only be passed down before the death of the gods, because there could only be one person with the same god position. If there were 2 gods with the same god position at the same time, the strength of the other god would be weakened. She was saying her last words. Perhaps the gift in the past was not, but now it was. An inexplicable anger emerged in his mind. He was used to seeing too many deaths and had experienced too many helpless deaths. He would never allow such a thing to happen again. Who allowed you to make your own decisions? Who agreed to your own words? I saved your life. If you want to die, ask me first. Suyu shouted, and his eyes burst out the power of time, space, and soul at the same time. Different time and space. In an instant, the tree goddess was involved in a different time and space from the present. The giant of the bitter sea suddenly leaned back, unable to move the tree goddess behind him. Of course, he couldn't pull it, unless he could pull the whole time and space. Clatter. In the different time and space, the body of the tree goddess turned into a girl again, and her crystal eyes flashed with inner light. She seemed to be laughing and crying at the same time. If I had met a friend like you, who was willing to sacrifice himself for me, I would not have been nailed to the throne for thousands of years. Suyu frowned. Stop talking nonsense. The time and space of the different time and space won't be long. I must save you as soon as possible. Shaking her head lightly, the beautiful cheeks of the tree goddess were filled with clear tears. It's useless. Once the chain of the giant of the bitter sea is entangled, the gods can't break free. You should leave quickly. Before I die, there is a person who is willing to sacrifice himself for me. I will die contented. Humph. Suyu ignored her, and the center of his mind was full of thoughts. The Five Elements mountain smashed dozens of times, but the chain was not damaged, not even a trace was left. It was impossible to break the chain by force. How could he save the tree goddess? Suyu was anxious. He thought that he was usually wise, but now he was at his wits' end. The tree goddess smiled, and with tears in her eyes, she walked forward gently, stroked Suyu's cheek, and said softly, I am leaving, take care. The different time and space was on the verge of collapse, and she would be completely dragged into the bitter sea. But at this moment, Suyu's mind flashed. He couldn't change the present, but he could change the past. At the moment when the tree goddess was caught, he might be able to change her fate. Boom! The different time and space was broken, and Suyu instantly launched the time and space that he hadn't used for a long time. The eternal heart continued to emit a strong vitality, which was enough to continue to reverse time and space. With the pounding of his heart, time really began to flow backward. From this moment, it flowed back to the time when the tree goddess turned into a towering giant tree. From that moment, it flowed back to the time when she was entangled by the chain. However, what made Suyu's heart sink was that everything flowed backward, except for the giant of the bitter sea and the chain, which seemed to be unaffected by the time and space, still firmly entangled the tree goddess. The time and space seemed to be stuck, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't go back to the moment before the tree goddess was trapped. At the same time, the giant of the bitter sea finally locked his eyes on Suyu and opened his mouth to make a sound that was incomprehensible. Even though Suyu was proficient in the languages of all races, he didn't know which language the giant of the bitter sea was speaking. But these were not important. I don't believe it. Suyu roared, and the eternal heart was operating to the limit, releasing an extremely powerful life force. The time and space flowed backward, and finally began to operate bit by bit. The chain that bound the waist of the tree goddess gradually loosened, like silk being shed from a cocoon. The giant of the bitter sea roared and pulled hard, fighting against the time and space flow, but still failed to resist the general trend of the chain loosening. Soon, the chain that was strangled into the body of the tree goddess was completely relaxed. Suyu whispered, "What are you waiting for? Get out of here quickly." The tree goddess looked at Suyu, who was sweating profusely. She looked at Suyu, who was extremely persistent and did not hesitate to overload his heart to save her by reversing the flow of time and space. There was an indescribable strange feeling in her heart. Warmth, gratitude, attachment, and all kinds of emotions filled her heart, giving her a strange feeling of knowing Suyu again. With a heartbeat, the tree goddess, like a little girl, jumped out of the chain obediently. However, as soon as she got out, the two of them were shrouded by the invisible force emitted by the chain. The tree goddess bit her lip. It's useless. Unless the chain entangles a god, it will not stop. Suyu ignored her. With a thought, the demonic body of the glittering jewel demonic god in the world of the martial arts tower was summoned. Don't you like to eat? I'll give you the eggshell. Suyu threw the demonic body of the demonic god into the chain, and it was immediately entangled by the chain. The demonic body of the glittering jewel demonic god had been cleanly drained by Suyu. In addition, the celestial energy sphere had been taken away by glittering jewel. What was left was just an empty shell. The chain entangled a god and gave up on Suyu and the tree goddess as its target. With a swoosh, the chain was dragged into the bitter sea by the giant of the bitter sea. Realizing that its prey had been replaced, the giant of the bitter sea roared to the sky, and the roar shook the demon world. He smashed the body of the demonic god with one hand and threw out the chain again. However, the tree goddess and Suyu had already taken advantage of the opportunity when the chain dragged away the empty shell of the demonic god. In Seawatch City, A burly and dark purebred demonic god with a ferocious face and a screaming head suddenly opened his eyes. The roar of the giant of the bitter sea? What could make the giant of the bitter sea so crazy? The demonic god's eyes were full of surprise and fear. The giant of the bitter sea is only in the bitter sea, but if he goes crazy, he will go to the earth. Thinking of this, the demonic god felt a chill all over his body. The giant of the bitter sea, the nightmare of the demon world. It was a nightmare that terrified any life. Once targeted by him, no god could be spared, not even the demon emperor. There was once a demon emperor who was dragged into the depths of the bitter sea by the giant of the bitter sea. However, the giant of the bitter sea would not easily go ashore unless he was provoked. The last time the giant of the bitter sea went ashore was 1,000 years ago. The previous city lord of Seawatch City, his predecessor, was dragged away by the giant of the bitter sea. The demonic god was shocked and broke into a cold sweat. No. I must inform the 9th princess. Only the latest magic weapon made by the demon royal family can stop the giant of the bitter sea. Whoosh, God knows how far away. The tree goddess and Su stood on a mountain, and both of their faces were pale. It took a lot of effort to escape from the hands of the giant of the bitter sea. Chapter 1201. When he looked at the tree goddess, he found that the tree goddess was looking at him affectionately. Hearing this, the tree goddess said softly, "The origin of the giant of the bitter sea is unknown. I only know that it comes from the bitter sea. Different bitter seas have different types of giants of the bitter sea, and their strength varies. The giant of the bitter sea we saw just now can only be regarded as a low-level giant of the bitter sea." What? There is more than one giant of the bitter sea? Yes, there is only one giant of the bitter sea in a bitter sea. However, the number of bitter seas is not limited to the devil realm. At least I know of a few other bitter seas. Was the sea of bitterness in the demon realm just one of the many seas of bitterness? How was the sea of misery formed? The water of the sea of bitterness can even corrode gods. It doesn't seem like it was created by gods. There are many different opinions about the origins of the misery sea. I don't know where it came from either. Is that so? There's only one giant of the bitter sea in the vast bitter sea. Why did we happen to run into it? It should be the drastic change in the spatial laws that attracted him here. So that was how it was. Since we are all safe, please ask the tree goddess to retrieve the legacy. Suyu pointed at the space between his brows. The tree goddess shook her head, and her face was even paler than before. There's no need. Unless you become the tree goddess, it won't affect me. Take care of yourself for the next period of time. I might not be able to help you. The tree goddess's face was getting paler. Suyu fixed his eyes on the tree goddess. Only now did he realize that the tree goddess's breath was in disorder, and her divine energy was in a mess. Her delicate body began to tremble slightly, as if she was suppressing some sort of pain. Suddenly, Suyu found that her waist was flowing with blood mixed with the water of the bitter sea. The water of the bitter sea has invaded your body. Suyu was shocked. Only now did he remember that the chain had entered her body. The tree goddess's body shook, and her expression gradually revealed uncontrollable pain. I'm fine. It just needs some time to purify the water of the sea of bitterness. Perhaps it will fall into a deep sleep. Let me separate it for you. Suyu placed his palm on her back, and a faint power of starlight seeped into her body. However, the water of the sea of bitterness was extremely stubborn. The Milky Way star sand couldn't get rid of it. The crane deity's voice echoed in his mind, "The water of the bitter sea surpasses divine power. Unless Master can completely master the Milky Way star sand, you can't separate it." Suyu's heart sank. In the past, the tree goddess couldn't even purify the evil fatal energy and was forced into a deep slumber. How could she purify the water of the bitter sea, which was more difficult to deal with than the evil spirit? Not to mention not being able to purify it, it was very likely that he would die in his sleep. She was comforting Suyu. With a stagger, the soft body of the tree goddess fell into Suyu's arms. Her whole body was shrouded in a green brilliance, and she quickly fell into a deep sleep. If she didn't find a way to expel the water of the bitter sea from her body, her slumber would last forever. Is it only possible to completely refine the Milky Way star sand? Suyu looked at the Milky Way star sand in his palm. In the past, Tianjizi had given Suyu 2 missions. One was to kill his enemy, Shui Di, and the other was to kill him. There was one left to send a message to Yun Xia Xianzi. But in the entire Great Eastern Alliance, there was no such person as Yun Xia Fairy. Where would he find her in such a short time? Wait a minute. Suyu suddenly remembered the Rosy Cloud's fairy concubine that the 7th prince had mentioned. Were they the same person? After pondering for a while, Suyu said to himself, it's rare for me to come to the demon dimension. Whether it's for the tree goddess or for Tianjizi's promise, it's necessary to find the so-called Rosy Cloud's fairy concubine before I leave. Suyu put the tree god into the 9-jade spiritual pearl and asked Sheng Ji to take care of it. Then, he walked toward the carefree demon master according to the directions given by the 2 demons. The carefree demon master was one of the 81 demon masters under the command of the Seawatch city governor. If there was anyone who was most likely to know the information about Princess Yunxia and the exit of the demon realm, the demon master was the closest to Suyu. Shuttling through the mountains and forests, Suyu encountered several demon villages along the way. He took a detour and tried not to interact too much with the demons, so as not to expose himself. They walked for half a month, but they were still half a month away from the demon lord's location. The vastness of the demon realm is far beyond that of the Great Eastern Alliance. Suyu was secretly surprised. If he was in the Alliance, a month's time was enough for Suyu to successfully cross a cavern world. However, in the demon world, it was only enough to cross a single demon master's territory. The area of the Seawatch city was almost the same as that of the Great Eastern Alliance. There were 9 super cities like the Seawatch city in the demon realm. I really don't know why the Great Eastern Alliance can exist until now. Suyu frowned deeply. In terms of area and experts, the demon realm was more than 10 times larger than the Great Eastern Alliance. In the past, Suyu had taken it for granted that the East and West alliances were evenly matched with the demon realm. Now, it seemed that was not the case at all. The strength of the demon realm was much stronger than that of the East and West alliances. So, what was it that made such a powerful devil realm to carefully plot against the Great Eastern Alliance and not dare to send out their entire army? What? Someone is wandering outside the city. How audacious she is. A surprised voice came in. Suyu turned around and saw a petite girl with a horn on her head. She was about 14 or 15 years old. It seemed she was not a purebred demon. The girl was standing on a demonic artifact made of a ferocious beast head. A middle-aged demon was standing beside her. The characteristics of the demon were very weak. Suyu guessed he was not a purebred demon. The girl's cultivation was ordinary compared to the creatures of the demon realm. Her cultivation was at the realm of mortal fairy, which was even higher than Suyu's. The middle-aged man was at the realm of mortal fairy stage 3. His whole body was emitting a fierce aura. The 2 demons looked at Suyu. Suyu said calmly to avoid being suspected, "Is there anything wrong with me traveling outside?" "What? Didn't you receive the message from the carefree demon master? The giant of the bitter sea has come ashore and is devouring all the creatures along the way," the girl said as she looked at Suyu curiously. Suyu's heart missed a beat. The giant of the bitter sea has come ashore. Seeing the 2 demons were suspicious, Suyu said, "I am from the territory of the 6th princess. So, I didn't receive the message from the carefree demon master. Now, I am going to the demonic city of the carefree demon master." Although Suyu didn't know what the demonic message was, he guessed it was some kind of communication method. The 6th princess. No wonder the people of the 6th princess often travel around the territory of the 9th princess, the girl said. The middle-aged demon's frown disappeared. Then, he said, "To be honest, we are going to escape to the demonic city of the carefree demon master. If you don't mind, you can come with us. Now, the demonic city is the safest place for us." The giant of the bitter sea was not the only dangerous one. The more dangerous thing was the destruction of social order by the giant of the bitter sea. Many ferocious demons took advantage of this opportunity to kill, burn, and plunder. Only the demonic city of the carefree demon master was safe. Su Yu hesitated a bit. However, the giant of the bitter sea was going after him, and he was in a hurry. So, he didn't refuse. Thank you. The beast's flying speed was as fast as that of a peak mortal fairy. You're lucky that you ran into my father. Otherwise, in the wilderness, you would be either surrounded by demonic beasts or ferocious bandits. Humph. Humph. With your skinny arms and legs, you would have been eaten by them long ago. The young girl patted Su Yu's shoulder and chuckled. Su Yu resisted the touch of the demon instinctively. However, he didn't say anything and just smiled. Seeing Su Yu didn't respond, the girl raised her head proudly. Humph. Humph. Don't you know? My father is the patrol envoy of the carefree demonic city. With my father's protection, you can reach the demonic city safely. Su Yu nodded his head with a faint smile and didn't make any comments. Patrol envoy. The two peak mortal fairy demons he met at the beginning were also the patrol envoys of the demonic city. Are you stupid? The girl pouted her lips discontentedly. You should be very surprised after hearing what I have to say. The girl who didn't get the expression she wanted was quite discontented. What a boring and taciturn man. Su Yu said nothing with a smile. If not for the difference between humans and demons, Su Yu would have flirted with this girl. Sure, don't be rude. The middle-aged man shook his head helplessly. Little brother, please don't blame me for spoiling Shora. Su Yu said with a smile, cupping his fists. You are too polite. What? The middle-aged man stared at Su Yu in surprise. As a little demon at the peak of the all-creation realm, Su Yu behaved in such a way in front of a big demon at the stage 3 mortal fairy. Was he being too humble or too rude? Ordinary all-creation demons would bow to him when they saw him. If they knew his identity as a patrol envoy, they would even kneel down to greet him. However, this little demon in front of him didn't seem to understand etiquette at all. Although he didn't care about Su Yu's behavior, he was a little surprised. Could it be that the people under the rule of the 6th princess didn't understand etiquette? Shaking his head secretly, the middle-aged man didn't think too much about it. Then, he said, now that the bandits are making trouble, the journey will be much safer with my identity as a patrol envoy. Don't worry, little brother, Su Yu said with a smile, thank you. The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile. This young man is really rude. After flying for several days, they were only 2 or 3 days away from the demonic city. However, the middle-aged man became more vigilant. All the demons nearby were gathering in the demonic city. In other words, they would encounter more fleeing demons and also, bandit. When they crossed a pitch-black river, Su Yu, who was in secluded cultivation, opened his eyes abruptly. Then, he frowned slightly as he looked at the bottom of the river. The middle-aged man, who had already sensed this, shouted, "The patrol envoy is here." They all sensed several powerful auras were hiding in the bottom of the Black River. Since these people were hiding here stealthily, they must be bandit. In the past, the identity of a patrol envoy was enough to scare the bandits away. However, the bandits in the river didn't intend to run away. Instead, 3 demonic artifacts with beast heads flew out of the river and surrounded the middle-aged man and the middle-aged man. The demonic city is gone. The patrol envoy is nothing. A ferocious-looking demon standing on the biggest beast head said with a sneer. The demonic city is gone. Not only was the middle-aged man shocked, but even Su Yu was shocked. What nonsense are you talking about? The carefree demon master is here. How could you bandits occupy the demonic city? Ha, 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 ha. Hearing this, the bandits on the 3 beast heads laughed. The entire demonic city was swallowed by the giant of the bitter sea. The carefree demon master is gone. Now, I am the most powerful one. The giant of the bitter sea is here. Su Yu was startled. Somehow, his intuition told him that the giant of the bitter sea was coming for him. Looking in the direction of the demonic city, Su Yu's heart started beating wildly. Chapter 1202. The middle-aged man was shocked. That's impossible. We are ahead of the giant of the bitter sea. How could the demonic city be devoured by the giant of the bitter sea? Bah! It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. The leader of the bandits sneered, You should be more concerned about your own situation now. There were 4 bandits in total. The weakest one was at the stage 1 mortal fairy, just like Shoer. The strongest one was at the stage 3 mortal fairy. However, there were 2 stage 3 mortal fairies among them. You have 2 choices. First, obey us, and we will cast restrictive spells on you. From now on, you will become our partners. Second, we will kill you now and take away your demonic artifacts. Tell me, which one do you want? There was a huge gap in their strength. Normally, they would choose the first option. Heh. I don't care if you deceive an inexperienced creature. Do you think I will be tricked by you? The middle-aged man sneered. This was a trick used by the bandits. They said that they would give the trapped people a way out and let them join them. However, if they were really controlled by them, they would be sold and become the slaves of some powerful demons. Compared to dead people, they were more valuable when they were alive. Moreover, if they wanted to kill him, they would have to pay a price. That was why the bandits tried to deceive them. It was ridiculous that they dared to deceive the patrol envoys. The 4 bandits looked at them coldly. They were not surprised. It would be strange if the patrol envoys could be deceived so easily. Let's go. Second brother and I will take care of the patrol envoys. Third brother and fourth brother will take care of the little girl. Third brother was at the stage 2 mortal fairy, while fourth brother was at the stage 1 mortal fairy. The 2 of them should be able to defeat Shoer quickly. The middle-aged demon was shocked and angry. How dare you? Ha. What do you mean you dare or not? You can only blame your bad luck for running into us. The eldest and second brother sneered as they flew over and began to fight. Their demonic artifacts and cultivation methods were almost the same. However, the middle-aged demon was more experienced in all aspects. Therefore, he managed to resist their attacks. However, he did not have a chance to save his daughter. Although Shoer was small, she was not afraid at this critical moment. She said fiercely, "My father always told me that death is not scary. What is scary is not having the courage to face death." Shoer shouted. Instead, she moved forward and attacked the 2 bandits bravely. His courage was commendable, but the difference in strength was too great. The stage 2 mortal fairy demon looked at Shoer playfully and said, Don't kill her. Sell her after you've had enough fun with her." Poochie. As soon as they started fighting, Shoer's shoulder was pierced through by the stage 2 mortal fairy demon. The demon of the mortal fairy realm took out a black rope and tied it around the demon's neck. The rope was some kind of demonic artifact, and it sealed Shoer's mortal fairy's strength quickly. She was easily subdued by the enemy. The middle-aged demon was filled with grief and anger. With a loud roar, he did everything he could to shake off the 2 of them. He wanted to rush over to help, but it was already difficult for him to deal with 2 demons of the same level. In addition, he was anxious, so the 2 bandits grasped an opening he revealed behind him. Puff, a pitch-black spear abruptly flew out of one of the bandits' sleeves and pierced through the middle-aged devil's body. There were 3 barbs on the spear. Once it was pierced, it would be deeply embedded in the body. The 2 bandits cackled in a sinister manner before pulling back the spear in unison, and the middle-aged devilish being was dragged back in a painful manner. What awaited him was the fierce palm prints of the 2 bandits, which broke his body from the back. The middle-aged demon's body was almost divided into 3 parts. However, even though he was seriously injured, the middle-aged demon didn't give up fighting back. He shouted and tried to get rid of the spear to destroy the rope on his daughter's body. Bang! Along with a loud noise, a demonic artifact that looked like a brick appeared in the bandit's hand. The bandit smashed the middle-aged demon's body and knocked him down to the ground. Like the rope, the brick was a special demonic artifact that sealed the mortal fairy's strength. No matter how hard the middle-aged demon struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. "Dad!" Seeing this, Shoer screamed miserably. The middle-aged devil was even more anxious, and he was filled with grief and indignation. The 4 bandits in front of him were far more extraordinary than the ones he had seen before. Both their methods and precious demonic artifacts were beyond his expectation. However, it didn't matter who they were. What mattered was that they would end up worse than death if they fell into the hands of the bandits. Especially their daughter. They would never let them go. Ha, ha, ha. The patrol envoys are just SOSO. The leader of the bandits smiled disdainfully. The other 3 bandits also smiled disdainfully and excitedly. As the trusted subordinates of the demon master, the patrol envoys should be much wealthier than ordinary people, right? First brother, second brother, their belongings belong to you. This little girl belongs to me. Heh, heh. I haven't played with a woman from a famous family for a long time. Okay. After this mission, let's go back and report to the demon master. We got a lot of benefits from this mission. The 4 of them laughed and started to discuss how to divide the loot. Guys, did you forget about me? Suyu stood there with his arms crossed as he looked at them coldly. Perhaps it was because his cultivation was too low, but none of the 4 demons took him seriously. Originally, Suyu didn't plan to attack them. After all, the life and death of the demons had nothing to do with him. However, when he saw the demon's father risking his life for his daughter, Suyu was touched. Was this the demon he knew? As far as he knew, the demon was a combination of ferocity, greed, selfishness, indifference, and bloodthirstiness. They only knew how to devour other creatures to strengthen themselves. They were the mortal enemies of all creatures. However, these 2 demons kindly took Suyu in. Their daughter's life and death and their father's selflessness made Suyu deeply moved. Was the demon he knew exactly the same as the demon in the demon world? Therefore, after thinking for a long time, Suyu finally couldn't help but attack. Hehe, interesting. If you hadn't moved, we wouldn't have bothered with you. You're only at the all creations realm. Even if we sold you, you wouldn't be able to sell for much money. Since you care so much about your existence, that's fine. We'll bring you along and sell you. The demon at the mortal fairy realm didn't have a chance to attack. With a smile, he walked quickly to Suyu and pointed his finger at Suyu's shoulder. How could a big demon at the mortal fairy realm capture a little demon at the mortal fairy realm be a piece of cake? However, his face stiffened when Suyu extended his 2 fingers, which were glowing with a golden radiance, and easily clamped down on the finger that he had extended towards him. Then, with a gentle twist, the demon screamed. His finger was easily crushed like a snail's shell. The next moment, his scream stopped abruptly because the 2 golden fingers were pointed at his head. The golden power penetrated his head and even his soul was annihilated in an instant. Chapter 1203. The 3rd brother shouted angrily as he took out a black rope and tried to put it around Suyu's neck. Swish! Suyu's whole palm turned golden, and he grabbed the rope in front of him. Then, he clenched his fingers tightly and pulled with all his strength. 3rd brother was pulled over by a shockingly strong force. What awaited him was a golden palm that penetrated his body and soul. The 3rd brother fell to the ground slowly with pain and disbelief in his eyes. The 1st brother and the 2nd brother finally came to themselves and asked in terror, "Who are you?" Suyu killed the 4th brother easily, but he even killed the 3rd brother in one move. Suyu looked at the 2 of them calmly and did not speak. At the same time, 9 beams of golden light appeared on his body, which were shaped like 9 golden dragons. They revolved around Suyu's body, as if they were 9 dragons protecting him. Go! This man is not a demon. He is a hidden demon king. The 2 demons were so shocked that their blood froze. How could he encounter a demon king level expert, and one that hid his strength? Suyu stared at them. Then, the 9 golden dragons dashed toward them. Along with 2 muffled sounds, the 2 demons were turned into golden ashes. From the moment he made his move to the instant the 4 bandits were annihilated, only 4 breaths of time had passed. The golden light on Suyu's body disappeared, and he turned back into a demon. Then, he walked up to the middle-aged demon and kicked away the bricks on his body. Then, he tore off the rope around Shaw-Er's neck and rescued the father and daughter. They stared blankly at Suyu without blinking, their eyes filled with awe and respect. "Young man." "No, Lord Demon King, I am Chen Jun, the patrol envoy. I didn't know you were a demon king. I deserve to die." The middle-aged demon came to himself and knelt down on one knee as he kowtowed to Suyu. The so-called Demon King was the title of a demon whose cultivation had reached the level of a peak mortal fairy. In the realm of demons where strength was everything, a demon king would be respected wherever he went. Even the demon masters would treat him politely. Thinking that he was actually traveling with a demon king all the way, Qianjun's heart was anxious. Suddenly, he saw that his daughter was still staring at him in a daze, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He pulled her to kneel down and shouted, "Quickly greet Lord Demon King." Only then did Shaw come to her senses. Even though she was unafraid of death, her eyes were filled with reverence. She stammered, "Shaw, greet the Demon King." Demon King, that was a Demon King. A Demon King's subordinate could manage at least tens of thousands of patrol envoys like father. Shaw's little face blushed as she recalled how she had boasted that her father was the patrol commissioner and had proudly claimed that he was her savior. No wonder this guy was so cold and arrogant. He didn't talk to them along the way, as if he didn't appreciate their kindness. It turned out that Shora had an urge to cry. "Why didn't you tell us earlier? Pockmarks are not pockmarks, but frauds. Demon King, it's my fault. It has nothing to do with my father. If you want to punish someone, punish me." As Suyu looked at Shora's gloomy and distressed expression, he chuckled and said, "Sirs, you don't need to be so courteous. I was on a mission, and I hid my identity on purpose. I can't blame you for this." Since they had misunderstood Suyu's identity, Suyu decided to beat them at their own game. "Demon King, the carefree demon master's city has been destroyed. Do you still want to go there?" How could he go there? The giant of the bitter sea was near the demonic city. If he went there, he would fall into the trap of the giant of the bitter sea. The demonic city is gone. It's useless to go there. Suyu shook his head calmly. Which demon master is the closest to this place? I must report this incident to him as soon as possible in case the giant of the bitter sea attacks them. He had planned to get information about Princess Yunxia and the exit of the realm of demons from the carefree demon master. However, his plan failed. Now, he had to find another demon master. "It's the agile demon master," Qian Jun blurted out. He also thought Suyu's words were reasonable. Suyu nodded his head. Then, he looked at the father and daughter who were seriously injured and said, "You have nowhere to go. Just come with me." Firstly, he would help them to the end. Secondly, he could avoid being exposed by two demons. He casually collected the 4 bandits' demonic artifacts, and also plundered their storage spaces along the way. Suyu glanced at them casually and found they were all resources used by the demons. Most of them contained powerful demonic energy, which was incompatible with Suyu's cultivation method. Suyu was not interested in them. So, he threw them to the father and daughter casually. Among the 4 bandits, 2 of them were storage rings of stage 3 mortal fairies. Also, because of the plunder, the resources in the storage rings were even more abundant than a patrol envoy like him. Suyu's simple gift was equivalent to Qian Jun's accumulation of resources for hundreds of years. "Thank you, Lord Demon King. You are the most generous, wisest and most handsome Lord Demon King I have ever seen. Shora loves you so much." Shora's eyes lit up as she held the other 2 storage rings in her hands. She was even drooling. Qian Jun shouted, "Don't be rude. How can you talk to the Lord Demon King like this?" Qian Jun looked at Suyu and bowed to him solemnly. "Thank you for saving our lives. I, Qian Jun and my daughter, can never repay your kindness. From now on, we are willing to serve you, Lord Demon King." After the destruction of the demonic city, Qian Jun's identity as the patrol envoy would be gone. It was reasonable for him to worship the Demon King as his master. Suyu said with a smile, "No problem. I need you now." Qian Jun was overjoyed. Serving such a powerful and generous Lord Demon King was much better than serving as a patrol envoy. After checking the 2 storage rings delightedly, Qian Jun changed his expression slightly. Is there any problem?" Suyu asked. Qian Jun frowned as he took the 2 storage rings from his daughter. After taking a look at them, he said seriously, "How could this be?" Then, he took out 4 identical tokens from the 4 storage rings. The same word was carved on the back of each token. "Jingxian. Lord, they are not ordinary bandits. They are the messengers of the Jingxian realm." Suyu raised his eyebrows. What kind of place is the Jingxian realm? Is it special? Su Yu asked. Qian Jun looked at Su Yu in surprise and said, Lord, you come from the Jingxian realm. Don't you know the Jingxian realm of the 6th princess is hostile to the Jingyu realm of the 9th princess? As the messengers of the Jingxian realm, how could they appear in the Jingyu realm? The Jingyu realm? Su Yu was deeply moved, and the image of Xia Jingyu's gentle and beautiful figure flashed in his mind. Long time no see, Xia Jingyu. After parting ways in the Zhenlong continent, they would never meet again. Shaking his head, Su Yu suppressed the nostalgia that welled up in his heart and asked, Does that mean that they came here with ulterior motives? It should be. Just now I heard them say that this time they have a mission, and while they are at it, plunder and loot. Obviously that mission is their real objective. No wonder they are so formidable, Qian Jun said. They are completely different from ordinary roving bandits. Unexpectedly they are government emissaries. Ch. Truly hateful. Soldiers disguising themselves as bandits and taking advantage of the chaos to rob others. As expected of the Jingxian realm's style. Su Yu pondered for a while. Forget it. Whatever conspiracy it is, it has nothing to do with us. Let's go to the nearby demon city of the Agile Demon Master. With that, the group quickly left. A month later, a dark cloud that blotted out the sky descended. More than 100 people flew down from it, and all of them were demons at the mortal fairy level. The leader of the demons was a demon king at the peak of the mortal fairy level. Judging from his features, he was a purebred demon king. Then, he bent down to check the wounds of those people. His eyes were filled with cold light as he said, No wonder I couldn't contact them for several days. They were killed as I expected. But I don't know whether the secret has been leaked out or not. However, it doesn't matter. The giant of the Bitter Sea has been lured to the Sea-Watch City, where the 9th princess and Wangquan Jingyu are guarding. I believe they have already started the battle. His voice still lingered in the air, but he had disappeared. In a remote forest, Su Yu, Qian Jun, and Shao were sitting around a bonfire. After staying together for a month, they had become quite familiar with each other. Qian Jun, have you ever heard of the Star River world outside the realm of demons? Su Yu asked. No, Lord Demon King. Is there a Star River world outside the boundless realm of demons? Qian Jun asked. Shao raised her head and looked at Su Yu with admiration in her bright eyes. Although this Lord Demon King was quite strange sometimes, it seemed he didn't know anything. For example, he would ask about Princess Yunxia. It was so strange that he didn't know that Princess Yunxia was a concubine of the Demon Emperor. However, sometimes he seemed to know a lot. If it weren't for him, Shao wouldn't have known there was a vast star river outside the realm of demons. Su Yu sighed silently. Even a stage 3 mortal fairy didn't know about the existence of the Star River. The realm of demons was so vast that most people couldn't travel across it in their lifetime. Naturally, they lost interest in exploring the outside world. After spending 1 month with them, Su Yu learned about the local customs and practices of the realm of demons. He found the demons he knew were totally different from the humans he knew. For example, Qian Jun, Shao, and the demons in the villages they met along the way didn't devour other creatures for cultivation. Instead, they absorbed the demonic energy in the world's spiritual treasures and grew up on their own. They were totally different from the demons Su Yu had seen with his own eyes and the records of many creatures in the Star River. Also, the demons were not ferocious by nature. Although they were aggressive, they also had 7 emotions and 6 desires, which were no different from the creatures in the Star River. If this was the case, what about the inhumane demons who devoured everything in the Star River like locusts? Ordinary creatures in the realm of demons didn't know about them. What about the demon masters? Lord Demon King, you can ask the Agile Demon Master for help. She is an erudite and gentle demon master. I'm sure she can answer your questions. Su Yu and the others had arrived at the territory of the Agile Demon Master. In 5 days, they would go to the demon city to meet the demon master. When they were talking, they sensed a shocking wave of divine light coming from afar. At the same time, golden blood rain fell from the sky. Qian Jun and Shao, who were residents of the Sea-Watch City, couldn't help but feel sad. A deity had fallen. The deity who was in charge of the Sea-Watch City. Chapter 1204. Why did it appear in the Sea-Watch City? Su Yu's intuition told him that the target of the giant of the bitter sea should be Su Yu, who had irritated it. But why did it change its target and appear in the Sea-Watch City in the opposite direction? What made the giant of the bitter sea change its mind? Just as Su Yu was pondering this, along with the rain of blood falling from the sky, a group of furry little white creatures crashed down like a meteor. It seemed the creature had its own consciousness, so it landed in the middle of them. Bang! With a dull sound, the bonfire was smashed and a giant pit was created. Su Yu looked into the pit and found a white creature, which looked like a fox or a white dog, was lying in it. It had short legs, white fur and pitch-black eyes. It was quite cute. Shoa was stunned for a while. Then, she was pleasantly surprised. Wow! What is this? It is so cute. She was about to touch the creature, but Qian Jun stopped her and shouted, "Stop it." It fell together with the divine blood. However, it was quite weird that it was not stained by the divine blood. Qian Jun had never heard of such a creature in the realm of demons. Creatures that looked harmless were usually the most dangerous ones. Su Yu squinted his eyes and stared at the white creature with killing intent in his eyes. He saw clearly that the white creature was falling to the distant sky. Then, it changed its trajectory and landed in the middle of them when it found them. Swish! The white creature that had fallen to the ground was completely unharmed. Its 4 short legs sprang up and it quickly fled into the depths of the forest. Su Yu sneered, "You are too much. How dare a little evil creature shift the blame to me?" It could be seen that this snow-white little beast was definitely fleeing. Apparently, it landed in the middle of them, hoping to divert the enemy's attention to them. Qian Jun frowned. No wonder. It seems something is chasing after it. It is ridiculous that it is targeting us. Lord Demon King, let me catch it. Qian Jun took out a black scimitar and threw it forward. The scimitar, which was as powerful as a middle-grade fairy artifact, cut at the back leg of the white creature. To Qian Jun's astonishment, the snow-white little beast did not even turn its head around. It kicked the scimitar back to where it came from. On the other hand, the little beast's hind legs were completely unscathed. Not even a single strand of hair fell off. Qian Jun was stunned. This attack contained 60% of his strength. Even a stage 2 mortal fairy would be severely injured if not killed. Who was this little white beast? Qian Jun grabbed the scimitar that had bounced back. He shouted in a low voice and flew over. He formed a claw with one hand and tried to catch the scimitar. Bastard! Sizzle, however, the snow-white little critter wasn't afraid in the slightest. It turned around and bared its teeth while revealing an expression of disdain, and then it kicked backwards with its legs. A shocking scene appeared. Qian Jun, a stage 3 mortal fairy, was sent flying backward by the cute little beast's stare. Blood gushed out of his mouth like a fountain, and a series of cracking sounds came from his chest. It seemed the bones in his chest were broken by the kick. Sizzle, the snow-white little critter turned its head and looked at the 3 of them. It raised its neck, as if it was looking at them arrogantly. Only then did it raise its head high and strut into the forest with its buttocks in the air. However, as soon as it turned around, a silver light flashed at it. Without hesitation, the snow-white little critter patted the silver light with its front leg. Then, a small silver sword appeared in front of it. Squeak, the snow-white little critter patted the sword away disdainfully. When it was about to escape, it stopped and looked at the void in front of it seriously. In this seemingly empty space, there were 8 other silver swords hiding in it. The sword array formed by the silver swords was quite dangerous. If the snow-white little critter took one more step forward, it would fall into the sword array immediately. At the last moment, it twisted its body in an incredible posture and bypassed the edge of the sword array. The snow-white little critter turned its head and looked at the sword array disdainfully. Then, it raised its front paw and pointed downwards. However, Su Yu's voice came into the ears of the snow-white little critter. Interesting. You can detect the 9 suns sword array in advance. Your perception is even stronger than a prospective deity at the initial stage. The body of the snow-white little critter froze. Then, it turned around abruptly and found Su Yu was standing in front of it. Without hesitation, it swooped forward and stretched out its front paw to slap Su Yu away. However, at this moment, a human-sized 5 Elements mountain appeared in front of Su Yu abruptly. The snow-white little critter couldn't shake the 5 Elements mountain at all. Instead, it was knocked away by the enormous force. After rolling on the ground for a few times, its white fur was in a mess. Squeak! Squeak! The snow-white little critter showed its teeth in annoyance. But before it could crawl back up, the 5-element mountain rumbled down and pressed it firmly against the cliff. Squeak! The snow-white little critter scratched the ground with its 4 paws and the 5 Elements mountain trembled slightly. Swish! But right at this moment, a pitch-black rope flew over and wrapped around his neck, suppressing the power in his body. The snow-white little critter was pressed down like a puddle of mud. It screamed in pain but didn't have any strength left. Lord Demon King, what is this thing? Qian Jun opened his eyes wide and stared at the little critter in disbelief. Su Yu didn't answer him. Instead, he stared at the little critter in surprise. The 5 Elements mountain, which was powerful enough to suppress a deity, was lifted by this insignificant little critter. Although Su Yu couldn't exert the full power of the 5 Elements mountain, it was more than enough to suppress a prospective deity. However, what happened just now was really unbelievable. If Su Yu hadn't sealed its strength in time, he wouldn't have been able to defeat it. Let's move to another place. Since this little critter is chasing after us, we can't stay here any longer, Su Yu said quickly. He put away the 5 Elements mountain and grabbed the rope with the other hand. When the 5 Elements mountain was put away, the snow-white little critter showed its teeth and jumped up violently. Slap! Su Yu gave its butt a slap. Behave yourself! The snow-white little critter screamed and stood up. Then, it covered its butt with its front paws and stared at Su Yu angrily as if it had been greatly humiliated. What? How could it be so intelligent? Su Yu was surprised. What are you looking at? If you dare to move again, I will smack your butt, Su Yu said angrily. Then, he took the snow-white little critter to the flying demonic artifact and left immediately. Half an hour later, a huge dark cloud descended. In it, there were the auras of several prospective deities and hundreds of peak mortal fairies. One of the prospective deities was the purebred demon who had appeared a month ago. He landed and checked it. Then, he said seriously, yes, the aura of the 9th princess is here. She was beaten back to her original body by the giant of the bitter sea and fled here. Let's split up and search for her. She can't be far away. After a while, the scattered people gathered together. What? She can't be found within a radius of 1,000,000 miles? The purebred demon frowned. Expand the search area and continue to search. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill the 9th princess. If we can complete the mission, the 6th princess will definitely reward us. Yes. The people dispersed immediately and expanded the search area infinitely. Chapter 1205. In the evening, beside a bonfire somewhere, a snow-white little critter was tied up on a cross frame. It couldn't help but bare its fangs. It had a ferocious appearance. Wow. It is so cute. What kind of creature is this? I have never heard of it before. Shoa squatted in front of the small beast as she supported her cheeks with her hands. Qian Jun rubbed his sore chest and said in confusion, this small beast doesn't have any cultivation. However, it is as powerful as a demon king. More than a demon king, Su Yu shook his head secretly. Since it could lift the 5 Elements mountain, it must be as powerful as a prospective deity in the initial stage. Qian Jun survived because the small beast showed mercy to him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by it. Lord Demon King, it is so cute. Please don't torture it, Shoa begged. Su Yu placed a pot of soup on the bonfire and added all kinds of seasonings to it. Then, he nodded with a smile and said, of course. It is so cute. It must be delicious. Let's have dog meat hot pot tonight. Squeak. Hearing that, the small white beast bared its teeth angrily as if it was hurt to be treated as a dog. Shoa opened her mouth and tried to plead for the small beast. Oh, do you want to roast it? Suyu said as he touched his chin and looked at the small white beast carefully. Then, he said, I can roast it. I just don't know whether its meat is as tender as a suckling pig. Shora wanted to cry. Does the Lord Demon King like eating cute small animals so much? Of course, the small white beast's response was to stare at Suyu angrily with its bright eyes. After a short while, the hot pot soup was boiling. Suyu pulled out the cross and took out a small knife. Then, he looked at the small white beast's belly and said, Don't move. If I stab you in the wrong place, you will be in great pain. The small white beast was so angry that it tried its best to struggle. However, the black rope had greatly suppressed its strength. Therefore, it was quite weak at this moment. However, what happened next infuriated the snow-white little beast. Suyu stretched out two of his fingers and started to touch its body continuously. The small white beast widened its eyes as if to ask Suyu, what are you doing? Well, the heart is here. Suyu touched its left chest and even rubbed it gently to make sure that its beating heart was there. Waving the small knife, Suyu aimed at the position of the heart, and slowly pierced it through the white fur. When the ice-cold dagger was pressed against its skin, the snow-white little critter's angry eyes were filled with deep sadness and grievance. It was as if he was saying that he would actually die in such a sullen manner and become a dog-meat hot pot. Lord Demon King, don't. Shora's heart ached as she looked at the snow-white beast. She wanted to stop it, but she didn't dare to do so because of Suyu's status. Suyu shrugged his shoulders. I don't have a choice. It's so powerful, and it's dangerous to let it go. So, I can only eat it on the spot. Maybe its meat is special, and it can strengthen our cultivation. Hearing that Suyu's tone had softened, the snow-white little beast hesitated for a moment. Then, its eyes softened, and a pitiful look appeared on its face. Are you begging for mercy? The snow-white little critter nodded. You don't want to be a dog-meat hot pot? The little white beast nodded its head. Then, it shook its head quickly and stared at Suyu angrily. It seemed like it was saying, You are a dog. Your whole family is made of puppies. Then, do you want to be a spiritual pet? The snow-white little critter nodded its head with great difficulty. Its gloomy eyes were filled with endless grievance. Can you cook? The snow-white little critter shook its head. Suyu was a bit displeased. Then, can you warm my bed? Ah. The snow-white little critter shook its head like a rattle drum. Suyu said coldly, You can't cook or warm my bed. Why would I want you? What a waste of food. Forget it. I'd better stew you in a hot pot. After saying that, Suyu stabbed the knife into the little critter's heart forcefully. The snow-white little critter was so scared that it squeaked. Then, it uttered the demon language in a panic, I will warm your bed, I will warm your bed. The little critter started to cry. Its two big eyes were filled with tears. It seemed like it was really scared. The knife stopped abruptly when it was about to touch its chest. Why didn't you say that earlier? Suyu revealed an evil smile like a bully who threatened an innocent woman. Since you have decided to warm my bed from now on, you are mine. However, you are too powerful. If I am not careful, I might escape. Therefore, I have to find a way to set a seal on you. Hearing that, the snow-white little critter nodded its head hurriedly. It seemed like it was quite scared. However, a strand of disdain could be seen in its eyes. In this world, even the seal of a deity couldn't seal it. Right, I will pretend to obey him first. When he is not paying attention, I will run away. Wait, why should I run away? I should injure him when he is not paying attention and force him to warm my bed for me. Right, an eye for an eye. I will also force him to warm my bed for me. The snow-white little critter's eyes were full of determination. Then, it looked at Suyu with a faint smile. It seemed it had a great sense of achievement for it to force this hateful guy to warm its bed. Open your soul, Suyu said. The snow-white little critter agreed obediently. Then, it closed its eyes and said to itself, Humph, let's see how I will deal with you after I remove the seal. I will tie you to a shelf and threaten you with a knife. Then, I will force you to cook for me and warm my bed for me. Ha. Ha. Wait. Suddenly, the snow-white little critter sensed the seal in its soul was a bit unusual. It lowered its head and saw a strand of 9-colored light flickering. Then, its soul was healed. After sensing it carefully, the snow-white little critter was scared out of its wits. The mark of the 9 deities. It was not an ordinary mark that an all-creation little demon could take out. It was a mixed mark of 9 deities. If it was a single deity's mark, the snow-white little critter wouldn't care about it at all. It could remove it easily. However, it needed at least 2 different divine powers to remove the mixed mark at the same time. There were 9 kinds of mixed marks. In other words, at least 9 deities were needed to remove the mixed mark. It was impossible for the snow-white little critter to remove the mixed mark alone. Ah, no. The snow-white little critter said sadly. It really wanted to warm the bed of this guy. Good boy. Suyu touched its furry head as he untied the black rope with a smile. With the help of the mark of the 9 deities, he could destroy its soul with a single thought. So, he didn't need to tie it up anymore. This mark was made to deal with the misfortune deity. He didn't expect it would be used on this snow-white little critter. Although Suyu didn't know what kind of creature it was, he knew it was quite powerful and intelligent. Moreover, it could speak the simple demon language. So, it was a good deal to use the mark on it. After being freed, the snow-white little critter lowered its head like a frosted eggplant. It seemed it was about to cry. Okay. Sho'er touched its head delightedly as she said, as long as you do your best to warm the bed of the Lord Demon King, he will treat you well. Our Lord Demon King is a generous man. Squeak. The snow-white little critter shook its head to get rid of Sho'er's hand. Then, it sat down with its legs crossed in front of the bonfire. Crossing its front paws in front of its chest, it stared at the bonfire seriously as if it was thinking about its life. What should I do? What should I do? I will warm the bed of this B*****. The snow-white little critter said inwardly, I need to find a way to escape from this guy's clutches. Puppy, come here. Suyu shouted. The snow-white little critter's ears twitched. Puppy? Whose dog is this? What an old-fashioned name. I am calling you. Puppy, come here. The snow-white little critter turned its head and looked at Suyu with puzzlement. It was asking where Puppy was. When the little white beast met Suyu's eyes, its whole body shivered. Its face became stiff and it pointed at itself with its paw in disbelief. Then, it pointed at Suyu, which meant, are you talking to me? Right. Puppy is your new name. Puff. The snow-white little critter was stunned. Then, Suyu's shout kept echoing in its head. Puppy, puppy, puppy. The snow-white little critter rolled its eyes and passed out. Before it passed out, it still heard Suyu calling it puppy again and again. In the dream, the snow-white little critter also heard someone calling it puppy, puppy. After a long time, the snow-white little critter woke up slowly. When the call of puppy disappeared, it let out a sigh of relief. Phew. What a long and horrible nightmare. Wait. Puppy, you are awake. If you still don't wake up, we're going to stew you before you die to avoid wasting our food. The nightmarish name and voice echoed in its ears. I don't want to be called puppy. The snow-white little critter roared angrily for the second time. 5 days later, in the demonic city of the Agile Demon Master, in a restaurant closest to the mansion of the Agile Demon, Suyu, Qianjun, Sho'er, and Puppy were sitting around a table. The atmosphere was quite serious. Suyu was fine, but Qianjun and Sho'er were quite worried. I didn't expect the city master of the Sea-Watch City was dragged away by the giant of the Bitter Sea. Our Princess Jingyu was also wounded by the giant of the Bitter Sea. How could this happen? The royal family has mastered the secret method to expel the giant of the Bitter Sea. How could Princess Jingyu be wounded? Qianjun was born in the Jingyu realm and was loyal to Princess Jingyu. Now that the princess was missing, he was in a bad mood. Suyu comforted him. The princess is blessed by God. Maybe she was taken in by a noble and is healing her wounds in secret. Suddenly, Suyu looked at the snow-white little critter under his feet. Puppy, why are you staring at me? Do you have something to say? Puppy shook its head. It had been forced to accept the name of Puppy, which would bring shame to its whole life. Oh, do you want to eat something? Suyu threw a bone under his feet. Eat it. Master loves you the most. Puppy stared at the bone and rolled its eyes, but its body, like a conditioned reflex, pounced on the bone, picked it up, and gnawed it very happily. While gnawing the bone, Puppy cried in its heart, "Woo! Lord Demon Emperor, please forgive me for my depravity. I can't do it anymore." In the past 5 days, it had been trained by Suyu like a puppy. Now, it had developed a conditioned reflex to gnaw on bones. Looking at the snow-white little critter sympathetically, Qianjun said, "My lord, why didn't you visit the Agile Demon Master directly? Why did you inquire about the latest news in this place?" They stayed in the restaurant to inquire about the latest news. The city master of the Seawatch city was killed, and the 9th princess was seriously injured and missing. These 2 pieces of news shocked them. Suyu stared at the mansion of the Agile Demon Master thoughtfully. Then, he said, "It's not appropriate to visit the giant of the Bitter Sea directly. The situation is quite unstable now. I'd better observe the visitors of the Agile Demon Master first." Qianjun was a little surprised by Suyu's cautiousness. However, he didn't take it seriously. So, he continued to observe the visitors of the Agile Demon Master patiently.